Heaven knows where we are going. We know we're there. We will get there. Heaven knows how we will get there. We know we will. It will be hard, we know, and the road will be muddy and rough, but we'll get there. Heaven knows how we will get there. We know we will. It will be hard, we know, and the road will be muddy and rough, but we'll get there. Heaven knows how we will get there. We know we will.
I mean, what are you doing here?
I can't sell.
You selling? What are you selling?
I'm selling trousers.
I see your car. I see this car in your hand.
Yeah, very, very much disappointed in the whole party. And our president also. For the movement, I'm no more a citizen. I'm an independent candidate now.
But why you get the card? I mean, I see your, from I see this guy. I see this ID card.
Yeah.
All right. But tell me, why are you disappointed in the president? Why you say disappointed? You no longer a citizen.
Yeah, the president take our country to be a joker country.
Like how?
Leave our country, everything hard. People not taking pay. They have money, carry quarter and go sport it.
But the man said in negotiating yesterday, he was able to speak to some of the government officials of Qatar, and they're thinking about how they can add something on local country rule.
Yesterday, I was leaving evidence on Carrasco imposed. They are in pay sell on our ticket in quarter to watch football game. And I don't think Carrasco can look at money, personal money, pay sell on our country money and sporting.
So what's your own advice? Because you are a citizen and I see your ID card. What's your advice to the president? You stay a president.
My advice to the president is you should stay strong for 2023 because we are going there. We need to take him from there. Yeah, you should stand strong. So when I'm here in Nigeria, on our side and support his son and stay there. Out there in the country. All
right, thanks for talking. I mean, what are you doing here?
My people, where you at? Where you at? Wake up from your slumber, stop sleeping. Whip your hands, whip your hands, whip your hands, whip your. Come on, come on, come on. I know you're sleeping now. You gotta whip us some more, yeah? Okay, let's go. The people fool us. The people lie to us. The government betray us. They betray us so much. They lie. The people fool us, so the people lie to us. The government betray us. They can lie, they can steal, they will not know. I said we tired with their lies. We tired with their promises that led us to all our damages. We tired with that speech they preach in D and now unique they deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to beat? You see, we just tell you that's why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask. The people fool us, so the people lie to us. My people, where you at? Where you at? Wake up from your slumber, stop sleeping. Whip your hands, whip your hands, whip your hands, whip your. Come on, come on, come on. I know know you're sleeping now. You gotta wake up small, yeah? Okay, let's go. The people fool us. The people lie to us. The government betray us. So much. I said they lie. The people fool us, oh. The people lie to us. The government betray us. They can lie, they can steal, they will knock the phone. I said we tired with their lies. We tired with their promises that led us to a lot of damages. We tired with their speech they preach indeed and not unique they deceive us. The thing we saw it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you. That's why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask. The people fool us. The people lie to us. The government betray us. So much. I said they lie. The people fool us, oh. The people lie to us. My people, where you at? Wake up from your slumber, stop sleeping. Whip your hands. Come on. I know you're sleeping now. You gotta wake up small, yeah? Okay, let's go. My people, where you at? Wake up from your slumber, stop sleeping. Whip your hands. Come on. I know you're sleeping now. You gotta wake up small, yeah? Okay, let's go. The people fool us. The people lie to us. The government betray us. So much. I said they lie. The people fool us, oh. The people lie to us. The government betray us.
It's all in the game. It's all in the game. Here, there, and everywhere. The people keep on crying. The people just keep on crying. It's not fair. And we go.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
you are loud.
Yeah, Ali, we're getting feedback from one of you. I think it's Yeah, can you mute your phone, please? We're getting feedback. Ali, are you there? Chupo, are you there?
Yes,
I'm here, Stevie. I'm here and clear.
Yeah, welcome, guys. Welcome, Pastor Mo. I've been on the train trying to get home. I can't make it home in time because it's been a wet day in Washington D.C. today. It's a crazy day, but it's good that we're here. At least finally, we're about to start. Today has been an interesting day. Let me say welcome to all of you.
Have you people had snow since the winter started?
No, not yet.
Yeah, the same thing here. I don't know. There was no wet Christmas. There have been not a single snow, and then played at Buffalo, New York, snow, had some horses frozen, killed people in the time.
Climate change, forget it.
Minnesota is a disaster.
It's just wet here, but it's a little cool, but it's just wet.
Yeah, similarly, it's very cool here, and it's been raining, but no snow has fallen here since the whole snow season.
And guess what? It's very, very hot here. Extremely hot.
This is January, right? It gotta be hot.
But
Yeah, that,
LRB,
When they,
yeah,
when
I
they,
think it will
when
be
they,
very, it's
when
very
they
hard in
nyalo
Liberia.
when they nyalo pepe can count in Liberia.
It's supposed to be now,
normally that
January.
December, January, it finishing now.
So no Yanni Pepe this time?
No, it can happen in the interior. I was in Lofa for Christmas.
Yeah, I don't see
and it
Yanni
was
Pepe happy in
extremely
Morovia.
cold. I just Morovia because Morovia is overcrowded.
And then they and then they cutting all the trees down in the city. So
Exactly.
the country, the city is not as compared to the interior. But I mean, remember when we used to go for NGO work all the way there in Nimba, Yekepa there used to be
all
very
the places those places are still very cold during December and January, but Morovia can be cool.
But it's good that we're here. Let me say welcome to all of you. I see a lot of people. Let me just remind you what Teacher Pia always say.
Teacher Pepe.
Share the show. The man hit a 1,000 number today. It has his magic number. So
can you imagine more Ali? The people share the show over 1K.
Just on the class. On the other side,
only 200, 300. Maybe when they read 400 too much. Yesterday, I mean, Monday, they went over 1K.
Yeah, and just on the class.
But Pia, you know you are worrying the people. One people called me from Bong this morning. The first complaint he laid was that, no, you know, he called for it. He said, Steven Johnson. I said, I'm not Steven yet. I'm Ali. Then
what he said?
He said, oh, I thought I Steven, I just called to tell you thank you about the show. But last night, we didn't hear the show. The show just went 10 minutes on Prime FM. Then it went off. We never heard it again. So I said, well, maybe there was technical problem with Prime FM in Bong County.
Premium, you always call him Prime.
Oh. Yeah, Premium Prime that is in first.
I said P.
See, yeah, with Premium FM. So I wanted to find out from Chupo.
The
show has gone to the extent that people don't listen.
You know they had internet challenge. You saw Chupo went off yesterday. You saw he went off on Monday.
And then the report from Buchanan Grand Bassa is that Pia is now a very, very extremely popular guy there. Basically, he's a Teacher Pepe and everything. And then, okay, so the last thing the Papa told me, he said, but I think Pia was talking, it started to worry all. You're please telling him when I move on the show. So I said, well, I will tell him, but if you're not doing the right thing, the man will go sit down.
The man will go sit down. So that's your own. But it's good that we're here. As Pia will say, kindly share the show. Let's invite as many persons as we can. I'm watching to see who all sharing the show. Welcome all of our listeners via radio on Bushwa Radio FM 98.1, Premier FM 98.1 also in Banga. We have Voice of Lofa in Vonjama 89.1. We have Radio Dupa also in Grand Bassa County. Radio Dupa is FM 89.1 in Grand Bassa County. Voice of Lofa FM 99.3 in Vonjaman. Radio Joy Africa FM 97.5 all the way there in Magibi. And of course, Voice of Compa FM 106.5. Dupa Radio FM 89.1 in Grand Bassa County. Premier FM 98.1 all the way there in Bong County and everywhere. And let's say to all of our folks watching in the comment section, I see Tenen Kopo, Numenin Walker, Catherine Masare, I see Praise, Sam Morris, Sam Zor, Felicia David, Peter Glay, Emmanuel Zokra, Gaula King, Doris Gonganu, I see James Sloan, just a person then we record, I see James K. Sloan, I see Rice Morris, James Harris, Alvin Perry, Dotu, James Robio Gallo, Ashford Watkins, Washington, Ricky Steve, Stanley, Gloria, Boyma Emmanuel, Elijah, Marcus, Sam Zor, James Flomo, Nehemiah, Commander, Mawolo, Elizabeth, Nelson, James Harris, Otello, Pim, Ben, Mavi Salif, I see everybody, Carmen Fangalo, Luis Yasia, Sam Kwade, Mohammed Dukle, Recent Don, Francis Ray, Clarence Benson, how are you? Abbott, Musa, Sammy, Daniel, Jefferson, Geraldine, Henry, Helena, Elijah, Vera Harris, V. Jamunde, Sa Willie, recent Don Jackie, Paul, Eden Harris, Moses Bender, Rufus Sandy, Gamen Cowboy. Gamen, how are you, my sister? How are you, man? Jefferson, Yekeko Wai, Harrison, Clara Kai, Matthew, Bobo. I see the great Numen Walker there. James Lavela, Grace Faconia, Geraldine, recent Don Willie Cowboy, Manning Dwyer, Samu, Doris Saki, Kopo, Marie, Tobe, Gaula, Phoebe Warity. Happy belated birthday, Ian Harris, Eddie, Jeff, Patience, Mohammed, Jen Ba, Samuel Barnes, Ibrahim, Bengal, Grace Suku. I see everybody, man. You're just you people are wonderful. Sylvester, Momo, Seku, Amos, Prince, Jacob, Siafa, Musa, Emmanuel, Samuel, and all of you guys. Wonderful people. Kindly share the show so that we can have as many persons as we can come to join us so that we can have a fruitful conversation. Tonight's topic is very interesting. Tonight, of course, we will begin the conversation with our usual what's trending. We'll go across the table. Our panelists will speak about trending national issues, and then we'll move to the crux of our conversation. Tonight, we'll dig a little deeper into the death of the auditors. We'd like to try to unravel, put the broken pieces together, and solve the puzzle as to what specifically caused the death of the auditors. There has been, as you know, in recent time, revelations by former top government officials speaking to what they know about the death of the auditor. At least we can confirm that the death of the auditor was not as a result of carbon monoxide. There were foul plays, and so of course we will try to draw some connect between that and the and how they died. And then the subtopic to that is Vice President Jua Howard Taylor on today visited the University of Liberia campus, famously known as LU. While she was there was a program actually for the establishment of a fishery department at the University of Liberia. While that program ended, she was on her way. She was booed. She was jeered. The students chased her out of campus, calling her rogue. We have a live video to that, where the university students were seen chanting rogue, calling Jua Howard Taylor rogue. Is this the beginning of the end of the government? The university has been a very key actor in the body politics of our country. Whenever the university students reach a tipping point where they now prepare to engage top-level government officials, those are terrible signs. If you're in government, if you've been paying attention to the history of Liberia, you realize that those are terrible signals when they reach a point where the university students themselves begin to take on government officials. And in this case, the vice president of the country. If you're in government, you should be worried. You should be very worried. The last time we saw that happen was on Taylor. We saw it on Taylor when the university student took to the street yelling that Taylor should step down. I remember we were part of that group. The other time we saw that happen was the day of Samuel Kayan Doe, when university students said Monkey should come down, and they took his how do you call it, his casket around, and we saw all of that. But I mean, it's an interesting day. Today is Wednesday, the 25th day of January in the year AD 2003. This is election year, and of course we are here to make it happen. Please share the show. I see Musu Ya, Pegatolo, Otello, Ama, Magnus Kokpo, God Favor Me, Chicks, Otello, Musu, Gazebari, Emmanuel, Gregory Stem, Mohammed Ba, Felicia Davis, Wood Dolo, Kaula King, Walker Bala, Randa Thomas, TV, Abraham Asekwe, Stanley, Suam Mapu, Gaula King, Phoebe Warity, and everybody. Can let's share the show? Let's hit our benchmark. 1,000 is our benchmark. We need 1,000 share. That's a benchmark. I see my own Who's that? I see Michael passed away. I see Rose pointing in. Rose, how are you? Thanks for joining us. Emmanuel Abubakar Jallo, Emmanuel Chisman, William Fode Quay, Bele Pengba, Osanto Sambula, Abbott Newman. I see Rose. She says she shared the show. Thank you, my sister. And let me say, I see Samuel Wu, Sekou Sharif, and everybody there. Thank you for sharing the show. Let's get as many persons as we can. Let's begin the conversation with you, Pastor Mo. What's trending from your end? I wonder we have Jupord in the back. Let me get him. Good.
Well, I want to thank God for today, and I want to thank God for each and every one of us. I know it's going to be a wonderful show today. I want to thank God for our many listeners there in Radio Land. They have been doing a great job. And I want to tell all of those in studio working behind the scene, thank you. And our many viewers on Facebook and on YouTube, I want to say thank you.
Well, 1 minute, Pastor. Let me recognize my own brother, Papa Jebo. Papa Jebo, my man, one day I'll bring a show in the public where all of y'all can sit and see how the name can be going behind the scene. And you see how is it possible that you recognize the thing can be, especially when people say pressing, the name can be really speeding up. And you know, some of who ain't get good eyesight, we gotta be looking at there to see the names. There's no offense. If I don't share your if I don't call your name, it's just a lucky ticket I do. I don't select. I just call as the name come up. So it's not lucky ticket. So when I call you today, tomorrow, I'll call you, the other day I'll call you. I just lucky ticket out of people. I don't do it to favor anybody. So I'm sorry, my brother, if you feel that way. But we just call the name randomly. I it's difficult to call everybody, and it's also when the name popping up very fast, it's hard. So I see my own brother Joshua, Joseph, Mike McDonald, Damasin, Dayton, Kamara. How are you, my brother? Kamara, Kelvin, Vali Musau, Sawa Baham, HE, Good Luck Janitor Senior. Oh, got Good Luck Janitor watching you from Bonkan. Good Luck Janitor, welcome. Welcome, everybody. Go ahead, Pastor.
I also want to welcome my own friend and brother from Looking Town, gospel artist, melody maker, in poison of David Mel. And I want to welcome one of Liberia's great photojournalists, Gregory Stan. Gregory Stan used to work with the late Philip and Wisse at the Inquiry. But there is a lot going on in Liberia, and thank God we're going to talk on that. One of my training issues have to do with a mysterious death of a 2-year-old baby. 2-year-old baby that was discovered dead in a bush in Bombing County, Zeleke district, and is in a Swing Mecca. And according to information, body parts was extracted from the 2-year-old baby.
Pastor Boy, you gotta talk a little louder. I can barely hear you.
All right. Can you hear me now? Can you all hear me now? All right. So as I learned, a body part was extracted from the 2-year-old baby, and I don't know how can we still be carrying on ritualistic killing in Liberia. Also, what caught my attention is on next week, they're going to be laying to rest Gentle Bryant. We all know the story of Gentle Bryant. The case have yet to be addressed. That is, Gentle Bryant was brutally murdered in a shuffling military barracks where hosts the AFL, the Armed Forces of Liberia. No one from the military has spoken, not even the government has spoken, and he will be laid to rest on February 4th in Liberia. Our next training issues, I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to lift up any people on the platform, but I want to say this to my Liberians, brothers and sisters, listening to us by way of radio. I am a pastor. I'm ordained and certificated in lesson as a pastor, and I'm not neutral in this process, going to elections, and the God that we serve, God is not neutral. So I want to say to many of those pastors that are on pulpit that are claiming they are neutral, they are not neutral, most especially when it comes to election, because God is not neutral when it comes to leadership, when it comes to election. Remember the story of Samuel, not the story of Saul, when God told Samuel that tell them, I have this man for them as king. And the people said, no, we don't want this man, we want that man. And God said, tell them, if they reject this man, they are rejecting me. So I say to many of those pastors, many of those religious leaders, many of those imams, we can't be neutral. Why am I saying we can't be neutral? Because tomorrow, history is going to judge us. It is better for us to come out of the closet and tell our people, say, vote for this person and vote for that person. Because the reason why I see many religious leaders pretend to be neutral, it is because they want to make money. They want these people to come to the churches and give them money, and they pray for them, and we're all hearing from God. But I think this is the time for each and every one of us who are preaching the word of God, who are speaking the word of God, be it a Muslim, be it a Buddhist, whatsoever, whosoever you are serving, it's time to come out of your closets, because we all as Liberians, our voice needed to be added. Our country is at a crossroad. Our country is going down. And if we remain neutral, it is a dangerous sign. Lastly, this morning, Henry Costa was on fire. I don't know if his show was cut off, but let me just end with this part. George Weah is indeed a criminal. And as I tried to call on Henry Costa's show, the show went off. George Weah is indeed a criminal. Let me give you a story before I close. I stand to be corrected. I think it was 1996 that Liberia went to South Africa to take part in the African Cup of Nations. It was either 96 or 92. Huh?
96.
96. And James Tia Tappet was the Liberian ambassador to Nigeria. He's living now somewhere in Maryland. He's living somewhere in Maryland. Carlton Capet was Liberian ambassador to Cameroon. And these football jersey company needed a country to advertise the jersey, and they would sponsor them. I was in the police. I was assigned to Brandon Samuka when James Tia Tappet came into the country. At that time, Philip A.Z. Banks was one of those councilmen, and James Tia Tappet was stopping on Rana Street with Philip A.Z. Banks in a very tall building on Rana Street. So while I was assigned with James Tia Tappet, we had to go to the Youth and Sport Ministry for him to meet with Yangwe Bosse, who was the, I think, FA chairman, and somebody else was the Youth and Sport Minister. They were going on Rana Street to have a meeting for Liberia to decide which one of the soccer jersey they were going to sign a contract with for them to be sponsored. So James Tia Tappet had in his possession a document from Adidas. He had in his possession a document from Puma. While we were en route to go to Rana Street at the FA office, James Tia Tappet, he received a communication from Carlton Capet, who was in Cameroon. And Carlton Capet informed me that there's no need of you going to the FA for you to sign to talk to these people for them to know which one of the brand Liberia is going to use in a African Cup of Nations. And his question was, what happened? He said, George Weah have gone to Theodora, and George Weah has signed a contract with Theodora for Liberia to use the jersey. So when he went to Yangwe Bosse, and he told Yangwe Bosse, said, but if George Weah have signed a contract and we are not aware, but Liberia will not partake in the African Cup of Nations, and Liberia will have been banned if Liberia didn't take power. So because George Weah have already previously signed the contract, and the reason why I'm calling names is to tell you that it is factual. It is factual. It's not they say. I was in the car when the call was made. I was in the hall when the discussion went on. So I'm not giving you a fake story. I'm telling you that this man is a criminal. And if somebody want to gossip, they will not call me. I call the name of James Tier Tappet, who is now in Maryland, Baltimore, Maryland. He's married at where he lives. I call in the name of Yangwe Bosse. I don't know if he's still alive. There are some people within the FA who will give you the same story. So, and the FA said, but then we can partake in this tournament. So what we're going to do, at that time we're interim government, and what we're going to do, we're going to pull all. So what George Weah did when he knew that the FA and the government said they don't have any money to partake in South Africa 96 African Cup of Nations, George Weah had to sponsor the team. That's how George Weah went and he was able to get a plane to take the team from Liberia to Ivory Coast. And they spent some time in Ivory Coast. Even when the team went to Ivory Coast, there were misconception among the players. Some was happy and some was not happy with the things when nobody in Liberia knew how much Theodora gave for Liberia to use the jersey. The jersey was never unveiled. No player unveiled the jersey. No official from the government of Liberia or from the FA were part of the signing of that contract. It was George Weah alone that signed the contract. And when the contract refused for Liberia to go, that's how he was able to sponsor the team. Because if Liberia had not partaken in the tournament, George would have been held liable for signing a contract, and he would have paid damages. That's how Liberia went to the African Cup of Nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pastor. Chupo, 3 minutes.
Yes, so good evening to all of us in class this evening. And of course, I mean, it's a pleasure being with the team. So many 20 issues from Wanga Bon County this evening. Number one trending issue from my Central Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, Nathaniel Faluma-Gil, has come on intense criticism for what many citizens in Bong described as reckless statement. It can be recorded that recently, Minister Nathaniel Faluma-Gil paid a courtesy visit in Bong. And why on his
we're getting feedback, getting background noise from you, I know.
Yeah, there's a terrible grounding. I think you're still using the earpiece thing that you like. A grounding, there's a huge grounding.
Getting background noise.
Okay, me leave and come back maybe.
Okay, yeah, please do. Ali, why he sorry
Okay, Steven. So Monday I could not appear. Our process in District 5 is gaining momentum, and the team will just organize. The team will just organize meeting at any hour. So they had this meeting late. But also, I was really stressed up. The campaign is so expensive, and they want to have tournament in the district. And we have 20 communities.
You know what I'm laughing for, right?
Yeah.
2014, I wanted to be senator in Monserrato, and I remember let me just share this fun. We had gone to Todi. We went different places, and the request. I have my picking who are collecting the requests, take them down. So after we did the first tour, Ali, when we came home, I told him to do a summary of the requests for that day that we got from across the county. When he did the request, the total amount the community needed across Monserrato was $213,000 US to pay him for to buy a motorbike to do the. So we sat on the table talking about how they got, but if we get all the kind of money here, why do we even run for 11? start business and let the people, you know. So that's a challenge people face. Good people want to run, but they can't. The community people will drain you. So I know what you're going
Yeah,
to.
so the tournament, the first challenge is to get 20 sets of jerseys. 20. Because there are 20 communities. And you know, I came home, the show was still on while I was lying down wondering, where am I going to get 20 sets of jersey from? And you know, so I just kept thinking. So I started calling around. Hey, this person, I'm having tournament in my district. Can you give me 1 set of jersey? Can you donate 2 sets of jersey? And up to this time, I've got only 5. So I'm still looking for.
But the people, some of y'all who watching, y'all can. I'm not for a set of jerseys. Some of the people who watching can make donation to your stuff. How much? I think a set of jerseys $80 or $90, right?
Yeah, it's around there. I mean,
yeah, it's around.
But Steven, the trending issue for me.
Mwali, before you go, how much for a set of jersey? That's the question he asked you.
It's $90. $90.
Yeah, it's $90 for a set of jersey.
Okay, I will make 2 sets available.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor.
So,
Myself will get you 1 set of jersey.
The president is delivering his State of the Nation address on Monday, next Monday, and I can imagine they are going to put a whole lot of things there. But the reason why I thought to talk about it very quickly is that the Unity Party will deliver a response to that State of the Nation address on Tuesday. And I know some of the things the president is going to put in there. They will be talking about his visit or his meeting with President Biden. They are going to talk about the issue of this $50 million investment that we can see from Hungary. They are going to talk about how they got $100 million commitment, even though we haven't seen any communique from that. They got $100 million commitment for the local country rule for the Qatari government. And I can imagine the president will talk about how they dropped tariff on rice issue. They will not talk about the rule funds. They will not talk about the $24 million was stolen from the rule funds. They're not going to talk about that. They will not talk about the petroleum crisis. In fact, they will boast about how they solve petroleum problem. They will boast about how they solve the issue of rice. So I just wanted us to know that these things are very, very critical to us. And so the response is being worked on by the Unity Party, the Secretariat, and along with the Vice Chair. If we have issues that are pertinent that need to be in that response, you can send your recommendation to me and I'll pass it over to the Secretary General. I have also got information from our guy in Nimba, Franklin Dolokwi. Now, there seems to be a little bit of split in the MDR as those who are holding positions in government, the likes of my friend Wilfred Bangura, that they are beginning to say they do not stand with Senator Prince Johnson on his stance on the re-elections of President Weah. They are distancing themselves from the decision of Prince Johnson. They've come up with I think they are planning to come out with a communique or communication stating that they are not part of it. Wilfred Bangura had a meeting with the CDC people, and from there he came and had interview with the press. Also now, Franklin Dolokwi, we might need to call him to give more information, but he is telling me that Senator Johnson has also distanced himself from what the others are saying, that they still stand by the CDC. In fact, he is distancing himself from the decision of those guys for the re-election of President Weah. He said he is not a part of it and he is not going to be a part of it. So there are some rigmarole in the MDR there, because those that are in government, the likes of Wilfred Bangura, George Gontor, and all of those, they do not want to compromise their positions in government for the sake and the interest of their political party. They feel that, we need to continue. We've been serving in this government for a better part of 5 years. So it is becoming a serious crisis in the MDR. And maybe for the first time, Prince Johnson seems to be very, very serious about not supporting President Buya. So it's a crisis there. So I just wanted to bring this to our attention. And lastly, we heard that there is now an active conversation ongoing between the James Barney faction of the NPP, the LPDP, and the MDR. The MDR that is now following Senator Prince Johnson and Senator Jeremiah Kun. They are in active conversation to see if they can have a collaboration of their own to field a presidential candidate. And guess what's going to happen? In that instance, they know that they are not going to win, but what they want to do is to increase their bargaining power for a second round for positions and stuff. So we need to watch out for all of these political back plays that are happening all around the place. I wanted to bring those to our attention. So maybe we can speak to Franklin Dulokui later for like 2 to 3 minutes. But those are the trending issues I wanted to talk about.
Ali, I want you to please take pen. There are people who saying that you should contact them. Please write their name. Please go through the chat and write their name so that you can reach out to them. Some of them promising you, I think on the call.
Yeah, definitely. Okay.
Yeah, on this chat alone, you've got, I think, about 5 sets. Now, when we say set, we're not talking about just the shots and the check. We're talking about 12 pieces. The shots, the tap, and I think then the sacks. Now, what we mean by set. 12 pieces, not just one set of one clean, one a single jersey. No, we're talking about Tupor. Try again. Let's see how your signal.
Yes, so is it okay now?
Yeah, way better. I know what you are doing.
Yeah, you better now.
You are way better. Yeah.
Okay, so the Central Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, Nathaniel Faluma Gill, has again come on intense criticism from citizens of Bong County for what they describe as reckless statement. That's the utterance of reckless statement. It can be recalled that of recent, Central Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, Nathaniel Faluma Gill, paid a courtesy visit in Bong. And following his visit, he said he's one person who hates corruption. And in fact, message being preached that he's a corrupt official is actually a lie. And one thing he said is that there are some people in the government who are actually trying to tarnish his reputation. But then this has been the concern of majority of the citizens in Bong County. How can a essential person, an indicted criminal under the Global Magnitsky Act, coming out to say that, they actually hate corruption after being indicted of several counts and with proof being given. Then you coming up now to say that you hate corruption. They said he's actually doing it, as means of mockery, to actually, make mockery of the people of Bong and Liberia by extension, after getting rich out of the resources of the people. And then he's coming out now to say he hates corruption. In fact, the message being preached that he's corrupt and he was indicted is actually far from the truth, and is, it lacks substantial evidence. Majority of the citizens have said that statement is actually reckless and it's only intended to make mockery out of the citizens. And they said, such person in the like of Honorable Nathaniel Faluma Gill should be given, state power, because you can be indicted as international criminal, quote unquote, as international criminal, and then you coming out to actually request for state power, for senatorial position. So the citizens in Bong said, I mean, because of the high tension in Bong, that's the reason he escaped. Because Bong County is one of the counties that he was actually eyeing to contest, I mean, as senator, but because of the mounting pressure from citizens of this side of the country, they said that's the reason he actually escaped. And it will interest you to know that some part of June, I guess, in 2022, this is the same Bong County, the indicted Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, Pierre Quartose visited to, and he said, I mean, even though we are stealing from the government, but yet we are using it to build, I mean, the country. And this is one statement that actually was met with mixed reactions. And many political pundits in this side of the county feel it is something that even landed him, I mean, the sanction from the minister, that's from the American government. So majority of them are saying his statement is actually reckless and is intended to make mockery out of the citizens of Bong County. So another issue from Bong County this evening. Electoral District number 2 representative, Honorable James M. Collier, has actually sorted on promise made to constituencies of Electoral District number 2. It can be recorded that during the heat of the election in District number 2, he actually promised citizens of District number 2 that position, I mean, the office staff position in his office is going, or was going to be occupied by student, because he's one person who hailed from the student background. And with that said, he's going to actually make that slot available for students. In as much as you have graduated, you cannot occupy that slot. That is to say, if you were in high school and then you actually ascend to the position, and following your graduation from high school, you are going to be, I mean, relieved of that post, and another high school student was going to occupy that post. But this is a promise that he has actually sorted on, and he said, I mean, he actually said that, I mean, students were going to be elected, I mean, occupying that post, but he did not say after they have graduated from high school, they were going to be relieved of the post. And this is something that, I mean, many citizens have said it is actually false, misleading, and far from the truth. And they're actually calling him, that's calling on him to do the right thing. And lastly, from my end, an alleged rape victim of that's an alleged rape victim of Electoral District, that's District number 5 in Bong. I mean, it's actually calling on the Liberia National Police Bong County chapter to actually, I mean, speedily investigate the matter, because it gave a record that on the 17th of January 2022, Leto Fatu Clinton, that's Jeanette, Little Jeanette Vasua, Little Jeanette Vasua was allegedly raped by one classroom teacher known as Paul Washington Jimeni in Palala. That's Palala. And of course, I mean, according to report, this little girl went to fetch water, and this Washington Jimeni guy forced her in the room. And it was interesting to know that she's 15 months pregnant, and 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 she's just 15 years of age. And this Washington Jimeni guy pushed her in the room, and according to her, there were other people around. But a lady who denied, I mean, of being witness to the incident said, I mean, following the subsequent pushing of little Gina in the room, I mean, after which Paul Washington Jimeni carried his devilish act, the lady actually denied the allegation and said she was not around. But little Gina has actually confirmed to reporters that she was around, and this guy in question has been captured. But according to report, he's yet to be, I mean, charged with the crime of that's crime of rape. But up to present, she's calling on the human rights activists and civil society actors to actually come to her aid in making sure that she's given the just justice. And that's the trending issue for my end this evening.
Thank you. Pia, are you there? Pia. I think Pia will join us shortly. But I mean, Ali, I hope you've taken down the names of folks who've made donations to your Jersey project for your campaign, so that you can reach out to them after the show, so that they can. But I mean, those are very,
definitely.
The last story about 15 years old. It's very terrible news. We hope that justice can be served over there. But I mean, let's from my end, what's trending. And Ali, when you spoke about this Prince Johnson stuff, the MDR going into collaboration with the MPP, LPDP, or you name it. If I'm in the CDC, I will be worried. If I'm a seditious, I'll be worried. The reason I will be worried if I'm a seditious is when you look at the electoral map, when you look at the pathway to victory, and how the CDC was able to pull the numbers in 2017, though we know to some extent, or to a larger extent, how the CDC was able to win. But NIMA was a key factor. NIMA, BASO played significant role in the CDC's victory. When you lose NIMBA, as a CDC, and Prince Johnson decides not to support you in the first round, when you also, it's clear that you cannot win Monserrato. Monserrato will go to the opposition. You cannot win Monserrato. You cannot also win Bassa because the faces of Bassa are with the opposition. Your only focus now is the Southeast. Now, with news coming from the Southeast, Grand Jita and other places that you've abandoned them, which is of course true, your chances in the Southeast has diminished. Now, you're hoping on Margibi with the presence of McGill. Now, McGill too is running a very technical campaign in ways that he's afraid to push WEA agenda so much, because we know that the brand CDC now is a damaged goose. And so when you're running as a CDC, you have to hide that brand. And then you can only come out when you got to hide that brand and then come back when you win. That's what they've been doing. So you see that happening. Then you look at those smaller counties like Bombing, Cape Mount, and Margibi, and then Bapolu. The government essentially, through the Western Cluster D, has lost its grip of those areas. Edwin Snow, who they were depending on to go campaign for them in the Western Cluster, is now a pariah. Snow will not go to the Western Cluster to campaign because Snow has lost his his grip of the Western Cluster. In fact, there are calls by citizens of that area that they want him to be impeached. And so you see that. Now, then you look at the map, you see another place you would think now what becomes of the CDC when you have lost the Western Cluster? The Southeast you've abandoned Nima County, you owe them $7.5 million. Prince Johnson most likely will not support you. You're hoping that Drew Howard Taylor will win Bond County for you. Now, Drew Howard Taylor's influence over Bond County has also diminished. Drew Howard Taylor's influence over Bond County has diminished. Bond County is now, with the emergence of folks like Prince Kemo Moy, who now is a senator. Before he was a representative, proved his strength in the county nationwide. He won the senatorial seat. He now becomes a force in Bond County to reckon with. And so Prince Kemu, being a United partisan and the influence he has in Bond County, is most likely to tilt the county to the Unity Party. So when you look at the electoral map, and you can simply say here that you can doubt as to which specific county the CDC will win. I doubt which specific county the CDC will win, because when you look at the numbers and you look at the different issues across this county, you tend to say you're worried. If you're a sedition, you should be worried because the numbers are not adding up. The math, as they say, the math is not mathing up. You should be worried, because when you look at the issues in this county, as I just said, from Montserrado, you go to Cape Mount, for example. Cape Mount, there's a big issue in Cape Mount. The people in Cape Mount believe that you abandoned the county to the hospital intended for the county, which is the Emirate Hospital. You move it to Bapolu to please McGill. So the people of Cape Mount are essentially dissatisfied. You know, so what if you're sedition? I'll ask the simple question: which county can you win landslide? You can't win Lofa. You're in Lofa doing all kinds of things in Lofa. I don't know the strategy, but it's like a Republican going to campaign in places like California to win the presidency. When you should spend your resources, if you're a smart person, and I know you're not, you spend your resources in places that you want to have control. You don't go in unfamiliar territory to spend resources, because those places like Lo-Fi and other places then will tilt towards the UP. It's happening over 1, 2, 3, 4 electoral cycles. We've seen that county tilt towards UP, that it will change miraculously for you because you're working through Tomaila, Jefferson Koji, and Thomas Fala. You're wasting your time. Now, so when you look at the electoral map, you tend to wonder which specific county can the CDC win. And when you hear them making this reckless comment that they will win first round, it's all fear. You have nowhere to win first round. You will now win Montserrado with the presence of people like DeLong and Costa, Mo Ali, and everybody else in Montserrado running for office. Yeke, you have men like Yeke Koluba and people across Cornelio Kura, you have Amos Tue. These are people running in their respective districts. Now, those districts will be heavily contested for, and the CDC in those districts have no grip. So when you look at the electoral map, you see that the CDC is on what I term a joining from the wilderness to the cemetery. This is the beginning of the end of the CDC. Now you see the pattern, you see the imagery I just drew for you. You cannot see a visible tributary upon which the CDC can sail if you want to make victory. Now, what's going to happen again, and Joel, on the ATS thing, is the capacity of ATS is not more than 12,000. If you dish out $20 per person, you can fill ATS. If you fill ATS with 12,000 persons, it has no significance to the overall vote. Now, you're talking about the population of Liberia in 2008 was 3.6 million. With an annual growth rate of 2.89%, if you do the natural growth rate in 14 years, since 2008, you should be 15 years, you should be around not more than 5.5 million. Conservatively speaking, if you look at that number and you say, let's assume that out of that number, about 2.5 million of them will be registered voter. Let's assume 2.5 million of them will be registered voter. Now, out of that 2.5 of them that will be registered voter, between now and election, there will be vote apathy. Some of them will not show up to vote. Some people will lose their card. They will not go for renewal. So let's deflate that amount by, let's say, 10-15%. And let's say that on election morning, you will have about 2 million people voting. So if you have 2 million people who will vote, and if you organize an event as a ruling party to push you to a second term, and you're using ATS as a litmus test, you've already failed. If you're using ATS as a litmus test, it means you already failed, because any musician can fill out ATS. Even Caro can fill out ATS. Even I Am Baroque game will fill out ATS. So it's not a litmus test to show political strength. Now, the mistake the CDC made in the last 6 years was, one, there are several mistakes, and I wrote a paper on this that I'll be publishing hopefully this week or early next week. There are several things the CDC made mistake. The first thing was the notion that it is our time. When you take political office in places like Africa, Liberia specifically, it's not our time. You form a government of inclusion to strategically bring on board people who have the expertise and are not from your party to be able to move the country forward. We saw Ellen do that. The second thing is the movement called the Nobody's Stupid Year movement. That movement, why people overlook it, is a particular movement that will tilt the elections. The Nobody's Stupid Year movement means a lot of things. When you go to campaign and people start telling you, say, nobody's stupid, you should be worried. Another thing is the fact that the CDC has failed to create any opportunities for Liberians. No jobs, no new jobs were added to the economy, besides the fact that the CDC expanded the wage bill, brought in a few cronies on the government payroll. No new jobs. The country is essentially at a standstill. Now, you went West Point, you're building a soccer stadium in West Point amidst poverty when people don't have jobs. People need to first get jobs, get food to eat, to go play soccer. So you can build stadiums all across the country and people ain't get food to eat. Nobody going to play soccer. The performance of the economy is a derivative of how people will react in terms of social lifestyle. That's why you see most of the things that happen in any country is tied to the strength of the economy, because when the economy is booming, you get people to go play sports. You get people. Now, the time somebody will take to go play sports, when they got to take that time to find food, they're not going to choose going to West Point to practice over going Waterside to hustle. So you defeat it defeats the essence of having a sports stadium in West Point. Now, what you carry West Point, like what the previous government did, President Sirleaf and Joseph Barker, was the Beach and Waterway project. The Beach and Waterway project was a project intended to give people jobs. And most of those who got the jobs were people residing in West Point. When this government took over, they took the money. They cut off the project and they siphoned the money. Another thing I see them passing around with is this picture from a TVET, a Technical Vocational Education Center in Sino. Now, let me just say here for the record that project is an EU-funded project, negotiated funds secured by the Unity Party way back in 2016. In 2016. So when you look at the government holistically, you see that on its own, she's not achieved anything. The only thing you can give credit to this government for, and I will concede, there are a few things I will concede that I will give the government credit. One, I was able to get rich after being broke for the most part of his career. Two, people like McGill, they were able to acquire properties. Somebody like Jefferson Koji were able to acquire property in the 19th Street area, considered to be a middle-income neighborhood. He was able to buy a house there, property. People like Kairos Gray and the other were able to go to Paris to get married. So for the personal life of the few henchmen around George Weah, it changed. But what changed in the country generally was that 600,000 people dropped into poverty. So it meant more people got poorer since Weah became president than they were before. Now, besides your one Dole Community Road, in fact, even the funds used to pave Dole Community Road came from the Japanese grant. That Japanese grant was negotiated on the Unity Party. The Unity Party secured the money. But the money for that Japanese grant should have been a revolving fund to be able to use it, invest, and generate profit and use it for other things. You took that money, use it to build the Dole Community and the 14 Military Hospital. So the funds used to build 14 Military Hospital was secured by the Unity Party, the Dole Community Unity Party. So we cannot give you credit for that. Now, so the only thing we can give you credit for is your private life. Weah, who was broke, could not even afford gas for his generator. Remember, many days they used to send for people to send them gas. Is now a millionaire. He has properties across the country. He flies private jets. So those are personal life progress they made. So I just thought to do this, to draw this picture so that our people can see and begin to visualize how the election will be won and how we're going to beat George Weah in October of this year. Is Pia there? Pia, are you there? I'm not sure we're getting peer. But guys, this is what I thought to look at, and we can be discussing there until we get peer. So when you look at Liberia, you look at the CDC. If I'm CDC, I'm worried. October, you will be beaten, because the reason you will be beaten is there are several factors. You did not expand. You traditionally, the CDC will end up around anywhere between 28 to 30% of the total vote. Now, this is because the CDC as an opposition political party. And because you opposition, you have advantage. Now, opposition have advantage. The advantage opposition have is the fact that opposition they're not the requirement, the expectation of them is not that people expect them to point to developments. So say, CDC, you build this. When you're in opposition, you build it. The only thing they rely on when they're in opposition is to criticize. So you speak about the ills, you give people hope, you talk about how you're going to transform their lives. This is the CDC. Now, that worked effectively. I give it to them. They won. But even while they won, they still was around 28-30%. It needed a push of a couple of people, including, we all know, President Sirleaf and MPP, LPDP, Prince Johnson. They needed a push to take them in the runoff and win the elections, including everything that happened at NEC. That number hasn't expanded. That number has dropped for several reasons. They are disenchanted seditious. You saw some of them a couple of days joining the UP. There are some seditious who thought they would get a job in 6 years. They didn't even get a sweeper job. They're disgruntled. They're not going to vote for CDC. There are other seditious who got job but thought that the job they got was below what they wanted. They're disgruntled. You put it in different category. Then you talk about the internal conflict within the CDC based on the fact that there were people who got jobs who were not seditious, came from different places. Seditious are angry with them. They believe that if they win again, these same people will resurface. You have one category. Then generally the CDC's mass failure to develop the country, to provide the opportunities for people, who have led to a lot of people being frustrated. Now, there's one tricky category of people, which is the most dangerous people in the equation. And they are the people who, to a larger extent, can decide the elections. You know who that group is? Pastor Mo, you know who that group is?
Background's a little bit noisy. So
okay, yeah. But that group, anybody can guess, that group is the civil servants. The group of civil servants, disenchanted, the salary reduced, many of them money cut, many of them, and the sad part was that you reduce people's salary at a time when they already had the living standard tied to their salary. So my kids are in BW Harry. I'm paying for rent of Mama Point $100. I have a car that I'm buying gas, and then you cut my salary in the middle of the year. So what it does is that my kids will end up dropping out of BDI Harris. I can no longer fund my apartment on Mama Point. My drive to work has been reduced because I can't afford gas, so I drop in terms of the standard of living. Now, if you deflect that based on inflation, you also see that happening. So I just thought to bring this picture so that we can see. I was timing here to see whether PR will join us. I don't know what's happening to PR with 10 losing, so that I could just, I just thought to give this analysis so that we can. But let's move to the conversation, and I hope Pastor
Steve, can I?
Yeah.
Can I just add to what you just said, please?
Yeah.
All right. These people in government, they don't know how important the civil servant is. They don't know the authority the civil servant have. And I strongly believe they don't even have the numbers of civil servants they have in Liberia. Because if they knew it, they would have done the right thing. What am I saying? If we look at how Madam Ellen Johnson won the second time to lead the country, all of our votes came from civil servant. Why? Because civil servant was smiling. Civil servant was, I work in the government. 12 midnight, I would check my account and my money is there. 12 midnight. I didn't have to go to the bank to ask the tellers how much in my account because my phone text or my email will tell me that my money is in my account and this is the amount there. All I needed to do is go to the ATM any time of the night and I could withdraw. So what did they do? I spoke with a couple of people today from Liberia that working in the civil service. I asked, I said, so how your pay business going? I know you guys enjoying. And this person said to me, let me tell you the truth. When we go to the bank, we have to ask the people how much in my account. Because every day, our pay being cut. Every month, if you log it, you will get something. If you log it, you may not get anything. We don't know how much we are making. So tell me, how these people are running this country? No accountability. They pay these people with whatsoever they want to pay them, and not knowing that the second term bid based on these people. Because I remember before we went to election for early second term, there was a pronouncement made. There was a huge increment, and everybody was celebrating. Everybody was celebrating, and we went into that election, and she won. And even when she won in that year, every fiscal year, increment was on our pay. Increment was on our pay. So how is it these people come and they reduce these people's salary? So it is unfortunate. They cannot win this election. Even if they try to rig this election, they will get a wrath of the Liberian people. Thank you, brother.
True, and you can. And historically in Nimba, Ali can speak to this. Historically in Nimba, the political party that until Prince Johnson endorsed we know what happened. UP has been the strongest party in Nimba. Without Prince Johnson, Unity Party is the strongest party in Nimba. In the absence of Prince Johnson, Unity Party is the strongest party in Nimba, the UP. So if you pay attention to that now, with Prince Johnson leaving and going his separate way, it leaves Nimba open, very open. But God, let's move and maybe when Pierre come, I don't know what's happening to him.
Pierre is kind of busy, but you say you join later. I just read in the chat room.
Okay, good.
Stevie, now go ahead. Let's start off with the topic.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you say it's raining out there. So we want to, over the last few days, Ali, and you've been following this, the news about the auditor's death. First, we all knew in Liberia, based on the coincidence of what was happening, that the auditor's death were linked to an audit, and that it wasn't a natural cause death, it was a murder. Liberians knew this. Liberians from all walks of life knew that the auditors didn't die on their own. They were murdered. The reason we knew there was one, there was an active audit being carried out, and that for a group of people connected to one audit to just die, that coincidence was too difficult for anybody to believe. For instance, if 5 of us here we are connected to one report, and God forbid we start to die one by one, it raises a red flag, because how is that so much of a coincidence? And we're not dying like we go to bed, we sleep, we die, but the other man is chapped on the 72nd Boulevard from Butu is chapped by collars. The 2 other auditors, they on Broad Street, found dead in their car. Batin Yinsua goes home. He falls from a place that even my son can jump and will still survive. He dies. The first one, Matthew Innes, you saw that the central bank, he was in control of all of the different transactions that happened with the missing 16 billion. So you see this trend, and you know that this auditor, they not just die on their own. And I listened to Sylvester, and we'll try to bring Sylvester on this show maybe on Friday or Monday, the husband of Gifted, to talk. He made some startling revelation. He said when they went to see his wife's body in the car, there was sand, beach sand on her shoes. Beach sand on her shoes, beach sand. And so we've seen it now. Eugene Fagon, who was the Deputy Minister for Public Affairs in the matrix of the government PR, will hear some things. who have seen some things, because part of the PR job is to put spin on the news. And so for you to put spin on the news, you must have had the facts, because it is only with the facts can you now offer a spin. You cannot put spin on a lie. It's not going to work. Fagon is on live TV talking about, you want me to tell you how the auditor died? Of course we want you to do so. The fact that you say that you want me to tell you how the auditors died, it means that the auditor didn't die on their own. As speculated, as said by George Weah. President Weah said that the auditors died in their car, they were boyfriend and girlfriend. Two grown-up people go on Broad Street, sit in the car, drove from the LRA, even if they wanted to misbehave, all those small hotels all along the street, didn't temper with none of them, came all the way Broad Street to die on Broad Street from carbon monoxide. Now, in the same thing, in the same report, they say the parking attendant had gone to the car door, opened the door and saw the people inside. He said, but the eyeball was red, and he said, oh, why are you doing that? He said, oh, no, close the door. And I tell the people, carbon monoxide, it puts you to sleep before it kills you. It's a calm death. Carbon monoxide will send you to bed before it kills you. We've seen that all around here. But guys, this is it. This is the conversation. What do you say? Ali, let me hear your thoughts on this.
Well, you know, Stephen, it's very rare to see people from the same profession or similar profession dying in line like that in the course of 1 month, right? So first with Gifty, the wife of my friend Sylvester Lama. So I should say first, for the benefit of the audience, I call Sylvester my friend because Sylvester and I come a very long way. We were in the refugee camp together in Sierra Leone back from 1992, and we actually live in the same section in the refugee camp. And then we left from there. We came here in the refugee camp. We were struggling. And Sylvester met Gifty. He was actually Gifty first man, as he told me. And they are struggle. We then have land at the same place in Brewerville. He and his wife, they built a very big house there. So the way it happened, for example, in the case of Gifty, the boss called her and say, hey, we got some work to do. Because they were expecting some money in their accounts and the boss man are not seeing his. So later somebody called the boss. From the story I heard, we will bring Sylvester here, like you said, and say, oh, your money available, you and Gifty. That he called Gifty. They left in the late evening hours. Now, according to Sylvester, Gifty is not someone who will stay out late after 7 or 8. You know, and she stay out. They begin concerned. They will call Gifty's number. Gifty will not answer. So they call Sylvester to find out, because normally the distance from Brewerville to Central Town, and the kids were in school in Central Town. So Gifty will spend the week also to go to work at LRA. Gifty will spend the week to her father's place, and then the weekend they all go to the house in Brewerville. So they begin to call Sylvester to say, oh, we haven't heard from Gifty since she left. And they actually called at around 11 in the night. This guy answered the call, and somebody was in the background and actually called his name, Supreme. And the phone, Gifty phone, I think with him. But guess what? They released Supreme. No charges, nothing. But what made them to even allow this case to go? The president of this country was on the radio and say, the poor dream man woman business in the car on Broad Street, they died there. That's what the president said. So there was no investigation conducted, and they just went and came up with lies. Like what you said, they say carbon monoxide. The first thing is, for carbon to be killing you, the carbon monoxide, the CO1 or the CO2 be killing you, it first weakens you, and you will not be able to breathe. You know, it's like somebody choking you. You appear like you're breathing, right? But the air is not actually going to the lungs to be pumped, or to the heart to be pumped, to the lungs to be pumped to the heart. So you will feel that starvation. You will not thought you will get weak, and you will just go to sleep. So for them to say, oh, the park attendant went there, they people say, hey, close our door, we're sleeping and this and that, it's not possible. You'll be weak. You can't even talk. It is true what Sylvester said. There was beach sand in her shoe. And you know, one time we were talking with the late Mojiba. The first thing he said, look, right on 19th Street, he said the people who carry on the operation, they are amateur. If you ask me to investigate, I can catch those people. And that's where he started to tell us about his training, what the kind of training he went through, how he would investigate. And so he was clear. He said it was nothing. They carried the people on beach from his explanation, and they killed those people there, but they didn't do it professionally. And then you talk about Baden Yiswa. They were right at, what's the place name? D Calabash in the night. And everybody who knows him, they say he's now a heavy drinker. He just drank lightly, later on went to his house. And then suddenly he went there. He just went on the porch and said, I can't fall down. I mean, at the worst, when you fall from over there, yeah, maybe you feel some pain, your head will not, but you just fall down. And you know, when you fall on your head and that there is a major impact that's supposed to kill you, you will feel it. When they see the body, you will see.
Yeah, and the
even
blood
the
on the ground.
man fell.
Look at the blood on the ground.
Yeah, exactly. Where he fell, just little blood. And then why should it happen to what he named? Innes. Matthew Innes from Central Bank. Now, Matthew Innes had idea about the $16 billion. Our understanding is that Gifty's boss man, I think his name was Peter. Abbott Peters was conducting some investigation into some revenue that were collected and underreported or something.
And the CTM from the port and also.
Exactly. And I think they were working in collaboration with Baten Yinswa. All these people have families. And now Eugene Fagon, and this is my problem with it, you know. People say, oh, you know, Eugene Fagon exposing the government, and so in our favor. And I tell them, I say, look, this is not about our favor, it's in our favor business. These were decent Liberians, peaceful Liberians. Eugene Fagon, twisting his tongue today, was Deputy Minister for Information. They were all on the airway defending that the people died naturally. The people had accident. The man fell down, he died. Now he and that other crazy one they call Kev Hassan, I think they went at loggerhead and Kev touched his heels some way, bruised his ego, and he started saying, you try again, you will know how the 6 auditors died. Clearly, the former Deputy Minister of Information, who was Deputy Minister, making that statement, it exonerates us when we said that death or they die under mysterious circumstances, unexplained death. These were civil servants. These were honorable civil servants. Now, one day you heard their name somewhere. They killed them.
In fact, Gifty had come on the Obama fellow, right?
Of course.
He was
a very smart lady. A very smart lady. I attended her funeral. And she was also a very, very staunch member of our church because her father is a devout Christian. So to think that Sylvester told me, say, Mo, I'm the only man that Gifty knows. I was her first man and I married her. So that I Gifty with that girl now to go in car to go do man and woman business according to the president. People died. You have no regard for their families. You have no regard for the sanctity of the death. You have no sorrow in your mind that these people die under that circumstances, mysterious circumstances. And the pronouncement of the president jeopardizes everything that had to do with that death in terms of investigation. Because now the security forces had to make a report
that will favor the president.
Support what the president said. That will favor what the president said, that yeah, they were lovers, they were there doing things, playing love in the car. For car exhaust to smoke in the car is a very
They got to be close.
Exactly. And they say windshield was down. So I happy now.
Thank you.
Anyway.
Thank you, Mo. Pia, welcome. I know you have to go grab your. So we finish with trending issue on the first topic. So I
don't have to do trending issue. That's not the trending issue. Just a matter of picking out some issues that are currently making the news. That's what trending issue means. So once the other guys talk about trending issues, okay, my daughter is raining here heavily, and it's not one of the
raining on the East Coast today.
It's not one of the days I could say where she will come on her own, because she would have gotten wet. And then strangely, the bus took extra 30 minutes late. I don't know what was happening. So
I think the weather too. So.
But it's good that we are talking about this thing. For me, the way I want to take it is not to bore the audience with the narration about all the different stories, where they found them, they were in car, and it's not where we are is what I see as a true life confession. And one of the things that pains me about the current situation as the confessions are coming in is that some of us Liberians, we really need deliverance, serious deliverance. I followed the repeat of the other online, and I was paying attention to some of the comments and some of the people who called. So these were your fellow Liberians who died on unexplained circumstances. Their families are hurt. They are children without fathers today. They are children without mothers. They are husbands without their wives, or wives without husbands, and so forth and so on. And as someone who was part of the system is trying to say what happened, what concerns some people is, why now? Why this? Go loud talking, Eugene Pagan, go sit down. I'll go do this, go do that. For some of those people who are so heartless, they think they support a regime, and every freaking thing about the regime they should defend, whether it's something that are harming other people, something that are hurting other people, they are regime followers, therefore they should defend the regime. Something got to be wrong with these people. Deliverance is needed. Because we have all said a long time that these people were killed. And if somebody who was involved is now granting credence to what we say, take an interest in the message. Go deeper into it. Don't be concerned about why it is now. Now, some of you have not served in government before. We've been there. Who in your normal self will be in a government? And something goes wrong, especially with regards to, let's look at the killing situation. This man is still in the government, or assuming that he even left the government. He's still in the country. And you're freaking expecting him to come on radio and say people were murdered? you know where he will be today? So why now should that be a question? Because you did not expect him to do it then under this killer regime. They would have killed him. So if he didn't do it then, he's not in a place of sanctuary. He's out of the country. He feels safe. He feels protected. And if he's saying it, let's pay attention to the message in this case and not the messenger. Now, I'll be paying attention keenly. He told a story that along the way, he was always asking critical questions. All of us do it. When we're in government, you do it behind the scene. You like coming out to say it. And because you are asking critical questions, the president didn't like his business much. Eyes were on him. The president was telling people that he knows plenty. And according to him, they were making this trip. The president marched public South County tour. And he was intentionally left out. He complained to Maggie, and Maggie said years ago. And he told a story about what happened when they were in Nimba.
Is that a trip, Ellen Tokyo?
Yes. So he said he was riding with Maggie through all until they reached Ganta. In Ganta, Maswesa Kimaya came to Maggie's car and asked Eugene Fagon to get down because he had something to discuss with McGill. Therefore, he wants to drive with McGill. So as they're driving, he can take that time to explain it. Now, that doesn't make any sense to me because what personal you want to explain to McGill that you want to explain in the presence of a driver? You want Eugene to get down, but McGill driver will be there and McGill driver will hear the conversation. So he told Eugene to go ride his car. Eugene said he entered his car, he looked at all the people in it, they don't know the bar, whether that EP or whether that what kind of play, he couldn't even identify who the person was. And in his spirit, man, he felt so unsafe in the car. What did he do? He said, no, I can't ride in the car. If I can ride with McGill, I will not continue the trip. So he got out from the car, got in his own car, and drove back to Monrovia. It was at that same time that Finabono called him as a government spokesman to say, I'm calling you to inform you that one EPS officer shot himself and he's killed. And he said, I said, Jesus Christ. I'm thinking that something could have happened to him because my whole spirit man was lost in that Kimaya car. And the man said, after that story, then more stories started coming. And he heard some account like they said this guy was in the vicinity of the president. At some point, he was acting like he mad or crazy. And they started chasing him because he got guns and he's asking, he behaving like he's getting crazy. And therefore, he was a security risk. And they were running after him. And in his word, the direct word he used, they took him down. And he said the question was, if the man is running away from the vicinity of the president, couldn't you find any other way to subdue him but take him down? Because you are no longer a threat to the president. If you say you are running towards the president's arm and you took him down, it makes sense. You say you are running away and you took him down. That story clearly still how Melvin was executed. And why was it Finabono calling the government spokesperson to talk about it? The Minister of Information was on the trip. Why was he the one talking about it? Or even if he didn't want to say he want to call a deputy, I don't know why he would call a deputy in the first place because he's the chief spokesman of government. Waga Fofana also was on the trip. Why are you calling the deputy minister for public affairs? So what was it, Fina? Because you and I heard all the information that all the circumstances leading to the execution of this officer, Finabono was involved. Didn't we hear that? And then the government spokesman at the time is saying it was Finabono who called him to tell him about this. So these are the reasons we should look at, Stephen. Yeah, it's good that people will talk at the narration. But why is this issue important? It's important because we all have known that these people were murdered in cold blood. And the government deputy spokesperson at the time got vexed with somebody, as Mo said, and said, if you do this, I will say how the auditors die. And he knows how the auditor died. But what is happening now, he's simply afraid to call their names. Maybe he's contemplating what some of the implications are. But if you listen clearly, he's giving clues. He said the guy met him at McGill's house on the eve of his death, Batten. And he said, Batten called you and said, Batten had a file, a photo, and told him, said, my man, there's an audit report I came to see Minister McGill about. But the audit report is very bad. So he said he went inside and informed McGill. The play was packed according to him. And McGill said, well, no, I think Batten got to come. You see how they play pack. I can't take audit report now. But he did say to McGill that the man came with an audit report which he said was damaging. Now, ask yourself these few questions. After the man left, he didn't give McGill the audit report he left. He died the next morning. Ask few questions. Because McGill had already been told about the audit report and he knew where the audit cover, the entity the audit cover, including the Port Authority, the question could be, did he then call your trouble, for example, and say, Batten was here to my place, he came with a draft of his audit he did, which he said is damaging, and it includes your institution. Could he have done that? And if he did that, was it not the basis upon which the executioners planned and executed the man? Now, nobody can tell me about Batten's house, because that was everybody's house, Stephen, and you know that. So the very place that the man fought out from, nobody can fall out from there and die. We know the house. Melvin Howard, who and Batten were married to 2 sisters. So he's the one speaking for the family now. When he was speaking on that outlet, several things the head part of the man bust. Fingers and legs broken. Different parts of the body broken. And we who been in that yard, nobody can fall out from that particular place. He said those many parts of the person's body broken. So the crux of the matter in my mind is that we now have a clue confirmed by somebody who was speaking for the government that these people were killed. Out of fear by this person, the person have not said who killed this person as he told his fellow panelists on the other show that he would do. But as a reasonable person, I would say that he has given clue that could make me to point to people who are thought killed the man. When Gifty husband called, Gifty husband also talked about the other process that involved the very port. Batten's order involved the port. They talked about some money that should have been placed into, I think, government consolidated account, that they opened extraordinary account for and they were putting the money there, all these kind of processes. Those are the things they already discovered. Who are the people at the center of these things that were discovered? Were the Port Authority, to some extent LRA, Minister of State perhaps. So the clue
Finance.
Yeah, finance. So based on the different institutional connections, that, without Eugene Fagon now being brave enough to call it names as he promised to do, you can deduce just by listening to all this conversation that's going on and know who killed those people. And Eugene kept saying, look at the sequence, look at how the people die. In the sequence, they die and in the same period. Those were executions. And the government spokesperson is saying so now. And because Eugene is in this country, what I think there's particularly the families that are here, like Batten's family, they need to begin to consult some lawyers now. An institution proceeding that will compel Eugene to provide the facts they need. Because that family have long stood by the fact that Batten was murdered. Gifty was murdered. Bambutu was murdered. Ines was murdered. And that's what the Bible said, the heart of man is desperately wicked. Ines' wife, Ines' sister also is McGill's wife. And that didn't matter to the killers. They killed a good man. We all know Ines from the university, and then we come from Basel together. Quiet guy, professional guy, effective man, a patriotic citizen committed to the duties that he was given. He's been at the bank before these killers and looters came to power. And they called this man from a house, and the man leaves his house and the second car ran into him.
But why would that man be walking 2 a.m. on 72nd Boulevard?
And the guy who was speaking for the government is now saying, overlay on the last show, they kept asking that he didn't call me as a who killed him, but he kept repeating that yes, I believe they were murdered. And why? Because they have done an audit and the report was damaging. He said that consistently. And rather than people paying attention to followers of the regime, they were all under that live feed, and some of them who were calling, talking about Eugene Fagon, you're not credible. You know, why one loud mob man who can sit down on the show? You got parents, you got family, you got people. So let other people relative die, they are hurt, and you're treating it the way you're doing it because of politics, because it's your people who are in power, and everything they do is okay with you. We got questions about Mobutu Vlad Nipa, many questions. Maybe Eugene can also tell us something about it. Like I said on the last show, why are we wasting so much blood in the land? Don't we see that blood is flowing all over the land? Have we got a King Pharaoh now or King Nebuchadnezzar? We're not worried about what is happening in our country and we still playing partisan politics. It could be your family. It could be your parents, your brothers, your sisters, your own children. Never before in the history of our country, beside a period of war, has there been so much killings. And the authorities are so silent, having been able to bring one issue of the killing of people to closure. All the killers have gone with impunity, as though there exists no government. Are we not concerned, but we're questioning why Eugene talking now? Irrespective of the issues I may have with Eugene, I did not expect Eugene to sit down in Monrovia and say the things he's saying now. So I cannot ask that stupid question as to why he's talking now. Did I expect him to do it? If he did then that time, will he be alive? Especially with a regime that is established and known as a killer regime? No, people are hurt. And sometimes if you don't want to listen to people who are trying to allow us to get some of the facts, shut your mouths. And don't be asking stupid questions like what now? The parents of those 3 boys, where St. Moses is implicated, they're still crying today. No account, nothing, zero closure. Just sitting down talking trash as to what now. Don't worry, it will get to your doorsteps because God is a God of justice. I rest in initially, Stevie.
Reverend? Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, there's no better way we could listen to fiery.
Yeah, exhausted.
You know, people that did criminal justice, and in the criminal justice program, when you do crime scene investigation also, it tells you that for every crime that is committed, there is a trace. And we have always been right that the government eliminated those auditors. But people didn't believe. And I say kudos to Mr. Fagon. Mr. Fagon have given a great revelations that can lead to prosecution of the perpetrators. As I listening to Honorable Fagon, and in his words, he clearly said to Keth, he said, "You want me to talk how the 6 orator died?" He said, "Don't push me, because I will talk how they die." And people don't understand. You see, you may not be part of a crime, a heinous crime that took place, but how long, if you're not a 100% parcel of the crime that took place, but you have an idea of the crime that took place, you cannot live with that forever. Because your conscience will prick you and God will allow you to spew it out. So what you spewed out is the fact that they were killed by the government. And who was the first to speak on Gifty and Albert Peter death? It was the president. When the forensic or the crime against poison department of the Liberian National Police Force have not even concluded the preliminary investigation or autopsy on those bodies. The president stood in his occulted building and stood on his demonic pew and said those people were on boyfriend and girlfriend. It is sad. It is saddening that we elected a government that cannot take care of its people. We elected a government with a track record of murders. And the Liberian people elected George Weah without knowing who George Weah really was. Today, they have known who George Weah is. It is a dangerous thing for a woman to have children and the father is not in the home. Look at many homes without a father. It takes God and it takes a strong woman who works hard with her faith in God for she alone to raise her children. Today, to take away those babies' fathers away from them is serious. Who have they arrested? Who have been arrested in all of those orator killings? No one have been arrested. No one have been arrested. And this government is telling us we need to give them second term. They don't deserve second term. We need to go to the ballot box and we need to vote for justice. Let our anger in voting be because we want justice. We want the truth to be discovered. Because Liberians, if we fail to go to the ballot boxes and vote for justice, it will continue. This is a pattern. The murder of those young people and those professional people is a pattern. And it continues. The first person that lost their life in this whole incident was Matthew Innes. And they say he was hit by a car. Who drove his car to his home? Was it not a police officer who should have been the one to protect the crime scene? It was a police officer. It was a police officer that took his body to where they took his body and went to his family. People, we need to open our eyes. And let me tell you one thing that you all don't understand. The professional people that was in the police force, that was doing the investigation on homicide, they are no more in the police force. They are no more in the police force. Why is it with all of the killing of those orators, the 3 missing boys, or all of the mysterious deaths in Liberia, none of them have come to a closure. None of them have come to a closure. Who have been arrested? It tells you that those in authority, they are involved with the numerous deaths in our nation. And can we continue to keep them in power? Can we continue to say CDC all the way? Can continue to say it's George Weah that we want? I say no. Why am I saying no? We need justice in Liberia. For Liberia to leave from where it is, we need justice. And how can we get justice? We must go to the ballot box and make sure that these people don't have the second term. We must go to the ballot box and make sure that our votes is not stolen. We must go to the ballot box and be our own poll watcher. We must stay around the voting center until everything is concluded. People of Liberia, it's time for us to open up our eyes. Thank you.
And thank you. Let me just announce this. Somebody just sent me a message saying Fagon has said usually they go jog. He and McGill will go jog regularly every morning. But most time when they went to jog, all of the time McGill didn't carry his phone. McGill did not take with him his cell phone. But on the night of Barton's death, that morning, when he went to jog with McGill had his phone in his hand while they were jogging. And then McGill received the call to say that Barton had died.
Yes, Eugene said that. I listened to it. Like I said, I took my time to go, but I don't, we all don't have time for those people's show. But for me,
yeah, I think for somebody
this is a case that we have interest in. Eugene was in the government. Like I said, I will not be a part of people who Robert and say when I listen to Eugene. Yeah, he did say most time McGill will go walk and jog, and he never on any occasion take along his phone when he's going to walk and jog. But Barton having left his house that evening, when he carried the other report, even though Barton didn't see him, the next morning, strangely, he went to do his walking and jogging with his phone. And it was on that walking and jogging that he received this call that Barton was dead. Was he expecting the call? And so he took along his phone. Mo Ali, you're on the ground, you're on the intelligence bureau of the Vanguard Street Unification Party. We're not security agency, but they can trigger you a lot of things. Yes, so if a guy who had been carrying a phone through all this money, he carried a phone and eventually he got a call to announce somebody dead. Because when the first explanation I gave here, okay, he didn't see Barton because he said he was busy. Barton will have to come back. Barton went with the audit. But Lee Eugene Falcon told him that the man said, the man said he brought all the report and the report is damaging. Did he then call the people and say, my man, that man get all the report on your bow? You better do something. Because here is the other thing you got to think about, and Eugene said it. Is that even though this report, the draft was available, it was a draft the men carried to show, but since the people died, those reports were never, ever released. Up to now, never, ever.
We even know what happened to them.
Yeah, never, ever. And you just said several times because Kevin was trying to play politics and say, oh, you told me that there was an audit and the alien people stole a lot of money. So you just told him, say, look, stop doing this. Our government had not done one audit.
Is that Abba relative?
Which one? Your Peter's
I think so. I think so. I think it's the wife or something.
I think that his wife. Because his wife should be an Andrew.
Yeah, that his wife. The late Abba Peter's wife.
Wow. I mean, if she wants to say something, can we? Mo, can you call your number? If she wants to say something, can she call your number?
She can call my number.
Our brother Lama too. Lama, if you're listening, can you call if you have something to say? Melvin Howard of Baton Yeswa family, my brother in Rhode Island, if you're listening, can you call?
Yeah, Ali, try to get Beatrice and try to also get Sylvester.
Beatrice, if you can just text me your number on 0777 542845. 0777 542845. Beatrice, I'll put my number on the show so you can call me.
I guess somebody like her may be afraid. I mean, Lamaba, he's a man, he always calling. In fact, he been taking the government up. A lady, her husband is no longer around. You not even want to be sure of who you're dealing with. So that's what I was saying, right, Stevie? So those draft, the very draft audit report that the man took to McGill House that time up till now was never ever issued. The killing of the individual was the end of that audit report. Why didn't the government see the need that even with the death of these people, since the report was already concluded, and they were institutional report, not just them as an individual, why didn't those institutions that they were representing issue the report finally? So all these connections tell you that these people were murdered. And you cannot be playing nonsense when they're talking about, hey, you're trashing people who are talking because you feel they're talking about a government in power and the party that produced the government, you are a part of the party.
Yeah, this is overseas.
Oh, you oversee, yeah. So it's much safer. Yeah, you oversee your number there.
So Pierre, you can take your number and then call.
Let me try to take the number and call to see what she want to say.
No, let me call her direct, Ali.
763.
So I can talk to Franklin quickly.
703 855. No, you can talk to Franklin. If Franklin, not talk to him.
Yeah, you're not time for calling you, please.
So, you know, and all these women that they killed the husband, even Melvin wife, going through that with her little baby. Can you imagine when no man is in the home, what these people have to go through? It's very difficult.
All right, Stephen. So I have on the line here Franklin. Earlier we talked
all right,
about
Stephen.
this.
So, you put friendly on Stephen. I just talked to her. She's Albert Peter's wife.
Okay.
Thankfully, she's in the U.S., but she said their children are still in Liberia. She's not prepared to do anything that will endanger them, so she don't want to say anything.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay,
it makes sense.
Okay, that's true. It makes sense. All right, so let me take
Franklin. And please accept our heartfelt condolences on behalf of the class, Lola.
So we aren't taking calls yet. We only talked about talking to Mrs. Peters because we all feel her pain. When we are ready to take calls, we'll let you know. We're now going to talk to Franklin. Franklin, good evening from Nima County. I guess you are there.
Yes, good evening.
How are you?
We praise God for long life. After that, I'm not in Ghana, I'm out of Ghana.
Yeah, I heard you reporting from somewhere. What was the community name you reported on? I think that was yesterday.
Yes, there's a community called Benyoyi.
Okay, Benyoyi.
District number 2, around the San Bill.
Okay, so let's go.
There was a local election like earlier.
Exactly. So that's the story I wanted people to hear quickly before we go to the Prince Johnson thing. You know, gentlemen, they had local election. There was this guy or group of people who have been in power for 30 years, according to Franklin. They had election and they lost the election, so they very grumble and people got wounded. Franklin, just tell the story quickly.
You rightly said there was an election. So after the election, those who won the election, they tried to carry on their celebration, and they were doing it various times. Which prompted those who been in power for the past 30 years, they were angry with those who won the election. So they have gone to the place where they were having a celebration, and they tried to engage in a fist fight. So as we speak, 3 persons have been hospitalized. They are currently being hospitalized as the GD at the hospital.
So it was a real serious fight.
It was a serious fight. While police in Senegal has launched an investigation, 12 persons have been arrested and they are ongoing police investigation.
Wow. Okay, so let's come to this MDR story. What's actually happening?
We are following a press conference by Minister Wilfred Bangura, who is the vice chairman for political affairs and governmental affairs for the NDR. Recently, he had a press conference where he pledged the party's support for the re-election of President George Manneh Weah.
He pledged the party's support.
Yes, based on that, Senator Prince Yomi Johnson and Senator Jeremiah Kun, who is currently
the standard bearer,
the NDR. Senator Johnson has distanced himself and the party from the decision taken by Wilfred Bangura. You know,
so let me get it clear for our people. Wilfred Bangura is vice chair for governmental affairs for the MDR.
Yes.
And he went on in the press statement to declare support for the re-election of President Weah.
Yes.
And Senator Prince Johnson, who is a founder and former standard bearer, along with the current standard bearer, Senator Jeremiah Kun, have distanced themselves and the party from Wilfred Bangura's statement. Is that right?
Yes. Yes, on ground that they are not aware of it and they still stand by that decision. You know, Senator Johnson of recent, Senator Johnson and Senator Jeremiah Kun, who is the current political leader, they have been unhappy with President George Manneh Weah, where they appear on a local radio station here in Ghana and told Nibalians that the manner in which Nibalians have been treated by President George Manneh Weah government. Senator Johnson also went ahead, even accused of President George Manneh Weah that he owed the people of Nima over $6.7 million. That's a social development fund from Aslam Meta. You know, every year Nima receives $1.5 million from Aslam Meta. Or Senator Johnson.
I mean, 7.5, not 6.5, Kevin. I mean, Dorokwe.
So they said Senator Johnson said it's actually
Senator
6.7.
Johnson, who's the chair for the NEMA caucus, have come out to acknowledge Nimbalians that the Liberal leader, President George Weah, is owing NEMA country, meaning that Nimbalians are being able to access the money coming from the Instrumental Social Development Fund.
Mm-hmm.
So based on that, and again, he also accused President Weah that Nimbalians are not being represented in his government compared to the past leadership of the former President Eli Johnson said it.
So let me ask a question. We've heard all of that from Senator Johnson. What we want to know is that how is this revelation playing out in Nimba?
Well, there are misreaction because the Senator Johnson, Senator Kung, they are more popular compared to Wilfred Bangura. Yes, so they are saying what Bangura did, they are saying they are supporting the statement or the call from Senator Johnson. That what Wilfred Bangura did, they will not follow it according to them. But we are waiting to see if that statement going to yield or maybe it will really come to maybe a good result. But they are saying that they will not really follow the statement from Wilfred Bangura that is single-handedly turn the party over to the ruling party.
All right, so I will ask you one last question. Because on several occasions we've heard Senator Johnson make a statement and then goes back on that statement. How do you think Nimbayans would take it if Senator Johnson were to come back tomorrow and say, you know what, let's support the re-election of President Weah?
That's a $1 million question. You know, Senator Johnson said most Nimbalians, they are very unhappy with him because they have been accusing the senator that sometimes you go to politicians or political party dealers and sell the country to them. But this time around, they say they know when to vote or how to vote. You're not being influenced by somebody that will say, oh, you're going your left and you're going your left, or you're going your right and you're following the person.
Okay. And how is Senator Johnson taking the news or the rumors that the CDC is planning to field General Dopo Mekazon against him?
Yes, it was publicly made by Dopo Mekazon. You know, Dopo Mekazon, when he is general here.
Yeah, I know. So, General, for the sake of the public, General Dopo Mekazon is one of the Charles Taylor Special Forces. He one time became Chief of Staff of the Charles Taylor NPFL.
Yes, when the ruling party Secretary General, who is a mayor, Johnson Koji, pay a visit in Secretary of Recent, what they say, or this, they have a program called NEMA for Weah.
Yeah.
NEMA for Weah program there where when people when the general was given a chance, the way he declared intention that he would be fighting to replace Prince Johnson.
Okay.
So it means CDC will featuring the candidate again, Senator Prince Johnson.
Is there any clarity if Garrison Yellow will still contest?
Well, there's been rumors circulating about trying my way to place a court to Garrison Yellow. Or they are in talk with him for him to maybe to forgo his ambition. You know, Garrison, he has weight because around the Kio Bill, there was Garrison more often here the weight, and that's at the local area there was Senator Johnson too. Normally, more people vote for him.
Garrison is from District 4, right?
District 4, District 5. Even during the past election, Senator Johnson told the area, even for no common play, Senator Kung was able to obtain 8 votes in Senator Johnson.
In government play.
Yeah, the rest of the vote, it was Garrison Yellow that won the vote in District 5.
And we should tell the public that Garrison Yellow got almost 15,000 votes in the 2020 election. And I understand General Dopo Mekazon is also from the Gio Belt too.
Yes. From that area, so he's coming, but I'm not really too sure if Senator Johnson going to resurface to say he coming back or to tell Nima people, so let's support the ruling party, but we are waiting to see that.
All right, Franklin Dolokwi, you have a lot of fame
Yes,
on the class.
Before leaving youth, before leaving a show of the Nima University, before
they
used to call them the Nima or community college. But they are team or they are being elevated where they have from community college, they are being referred to as full granted degree institution. And then informed that tomorrow the Nima University Faculty Association will become only a go-slow action in demand of salary increment.
They want salary increment.
Good evening.
Yeah, you say they want salary increment, right?
Yeah, since last year up to present, they have been engaging the government and they have been here to receive a fruitful result from the government. We spoke with the Nima County Faculty Association here, Philip Longquart, where he said they engaged the government. But he said just some data where he said the University of Liberia received 17,600,000 as a budget, while the Tubman University in Maryland received $5,500,000 United States dollars. For Nima County, they still receiving $1,700,000. That's the same money community colleges across the country they still receiving. So they are being elevated from a community college to the university. But so they have seen they are not being able to receive university status in terms of budgetary allotment. So they are big necessary to tell only a go-through action until they can see what government will do to address their plan. On the other side, several business people here in Ghana are threatening to drag public school administrators to court.
Why?
Those aggrieved business people decision is based on the failure of public school administrator to pay some materials because things they took from them.
Also, public school took materials from them for the use of the schools, and they were depending on government to give that money, and then give the money, so the business people want to drag them to court.
Yes, what happened here is that in the November 2020 election abroad, Samuel Nkrumah Brown, who is a current representative
for District 1.
The then Minister Magio, Nathaniel Magio, paid a visit in Ghana. Where he pledged 50 million.
Oh, okay. Now the 50 million he was pledging all over the place. He pledged on in Basel too.
Yes, out of the 50 million, 9 million has been given, balance 31 million. So what the school administrator did, when they start crediting from these business people, their job, maybe or stationery and other school material. But
so they were depending on the pledge, they went and credited.
Yes, since then up to present, they are not there.
But let her sue my girl. Let her sue my girl. I get the money.
Anyway, Dolokwi, let's tap it here. We hope to hear from you on Friday. Conclude.
Just to conclude, the Ghana Secretary Road project undertaken by the Chinese company has come to a standstill.
What? Okay, that's a major news. Why?
Yes, their report that of the governor that brought up the present, they are not able to pay the cent to the Chinese government or the Chinese company.
So
they are being in order to pack their things and pay the visit there, and those guys took their material from the equipment from the road. He carried off the road and he packed it in their fence. So they are saying, but when I spoke with a representative from the ministry, they told me that they said the Chinese they have their independent day, they are going for celebration. But interestingly, I also paid a visit. The same Chinese company, they are facing the road from Secretary, from Senegal to West, currently in the Lugua too.
And the construction is still going on?
It's still working. Then they have taking the road from Secretary towards Capital. The same Chinese guy is still on the road, but between Ghana and Secretary, they are on the go-through action demanding their money from government, but government is saying all the ministry of public where they are saying that or those guys are going for break.
Oh, okay. All right, Dorokui. Thank you. We'll talk to you on Friday.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
So that's it from Franklin Dorokui.
Thank you. So guys, we'll move to our Jupo, you want to say something on this thing before we move to the next one?
Yes, regarding the issue of the
Yeah, can you hear me?
yes, so I was like regarding the issue of the auditors. It is of no surprise that under the regime of President Dr. George Manuel, the issue of unexplained deaths, the issue of ritualistic killings, and the issue of several other deaths, it is of no secret that this is issue that that actually may strengthen around the country. You observe that the auditors, like you are saying, those people did not die as a result of normal deaths. And I was told that some of them were even carrying out audit on some money that was sent to the government and internet for development, but only because hierarchies within this government embezzled that money, and those guys were actually, trying to provide the updates. Those guys were actually trying to bring out, the issues surrounding that particular finance. Only because of that, you have heard that, those guys died one after another. Some of them, even according to report provided that led to their death, some of them you can't even believe. The report provided, the autopsy report provided, you can't even believe it. You will come and tell someone that a person died from carbon monoxide. Come on, man. So if I'm in my car, if I'm overheating, so I can just maybe turn up the AC or maybe say put the AC on.
You can't outside
or
the
maybe
car. Don't leave the car.
To even put down the car windshield to wind it down. Is this something that I can do? And come on, I will leave my car until I die, and then just because of what? So like someone said, this issue that this guy who actually flagged it out,
Fagon.
Okay, this issue that Eugene Fagon is flagging out is actually insensitive and to some of the people who are saying, because he's not in government, that's the reason he's talking like the way he's talking. I think that's not the real way to analyze it, because you observe that only because God is pushing them, only because God is beating them, that's the reason they are coming up today to tell what's going on. So in my mind, since the accession of this government, the issue of unexplained deaths is something that we all know about. The issue of ritualistic killings, just in recent time, there is a record of not less than 25 unexplained deaths, ranging from the boy from the barrack and reaching from the girl from Bomi. That's 2-year-old girl. I think people followed. 2-year-old girl who body parts was majority of her body parts were actually extracted, and several other unexplained deaths, and just under the regime of this government. So in my mind, it is just God who is pushing them in making sure that the writing is actually set, and Eugene Fagon's statement should be taken for likely, because he's actually saying the right thing. Eugene is very sound. He's one person who knows what he's saying. And so, such words coming from former Deputy Minister Muff, it is something that we all should pay key attention to. So in my mind, what he's saying is actually the truth, and we all should pay attention to it in making sure that justice is served in making sure that those auditors, their families and relatives will yield the just benefit of what their relatives were trying to actually expose. So thank you so much, and that's just what I have to say.
Thank you for your point.
So Steven, this thing is not about Eugene, because we want to help these grieving family.
Yeah.
I mean, I just had to make that call to Albert Peter's wife. And you can imagine the grieving these people are going out. I mean, it's a restoration of the pains and agony they went through. But that is the best way to endure, because to just bury it. And so I think we should make some efforts, all of us, to bring Eugene here so we can dig further into this issue.
Yeah.
I know people may have their own issue with Eugene, but on this matter, it's not about Eugene. It's about all the grieving families. It's about all the fatherless children and kids without mothers, husbands without wives, wives without husbands. It's about them. And wherever the truth is coming from, to dig deeper into what happened. We should take advantage of it and not saying, oh, we can't bring the other person here because the person, they don't belong to. I mean, on that issue, it will not be politics. It will not be about messaging about GMB. It's about pushing deep into understanding what has happened to the loved ones and families of all these people who are grieving so badly, so desperately. That's my
yeah. Well, I don't know who got connection with him.
I can find a way to get to him through Tumalinjo.
Okay, good. Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you. Then we can get him to come here so we can dig deeper into it. But guys, I mean, let's there was something interesting that happened. And before I go to this, on Monday, I want us to do the grade sheet. The report card of the government, since it will be the same day we will be giving his State of the Nation to talk most of the BB things. I want us to that NEMO report to look at it between now and Monday, so that on Monday we can come here and score the government. So we'll have 8 different areas: the economy, health, agriculture, unemployment.
I think the Monday was the time that Sakwi Manakpa was thinking about.
You confirm with him on it?
Yeah, the liaison between him and myself had indicated that Monday will be prepared.
Okay, then we can
get back
push
to me.
to Wednesday.
Yeah.
We can do here on Monday and we'll push that to Wednesday. All right. So yeah, we can push that to Wednesday. Let bring Dr. Manakpa on Monday. Dr. Manakpa, for those of you listening, Dr. Manakpa is the one who wrote the book from Wasonga to the capital. It's a book which gives a detailed explanation about the life of our standard bearer and our political arrowhead, Ambassador Boakat. So it's a very interesting book. We'll be bringing Dr. Manakpa here, hopefully on Monday, to talk more about that book and other things, some personal details about JMB, the man, JMB, the character he is, and his life from humble beginnings to where he is currently, and his life from humble beginning to where he is currently. So let move to this topic, and let me say this as a Pia, Ali, and myself, we were all student leader before at the University of Liberia. We were member of SUP, the Student Unification Party. The history of SUP is a very interesting history. It is the only political institution that has survived over 5 decades. And it is the most consistent political institution. Whether it's the current generation, whether it was the previous generation, whether it was the generation before that generation, one thing that has always remained consistent is that the fight for social justice, economic freedom, and justice by the Student Unification Party remains unabated. That simple fact It's what SOUP stands for. And so it doesn't matter who is in power. It can be Ellen, it can be Weah, it can be Taylor, it can be Doe, it can be Tubman or Tubman. No matter who's in power, SOUP will always stand on the side of the masses. And that's why our philosophy, our doctrine, our teaching, the masses crisis, is one which focuses more on our people, many of whom find themselves in the airtight cages of poverty, destitution, unemployment, and extreme poverty. And so we fight for that portion, which constitutes the majority of our society that has been neglected. And so today, the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, Joe Howard Taylor, visited the University of Liberia. The Vice President of Liberia, Joe Howard Taylor, visited the University of Liberia at a program called, the program was intended to launch a department for fishery. The university will add to its curriculum a fishery session that will teach people career in fishery and other aquaculture stuff. At the end of that program, in fact, while the program was going on, the students at the university got the information that the Vice President was there at the auditorium, and they stormed the auditorium. They were chanting, and I'll play the clip. And let me also say on this show that the words and chants expressed by the students are strictly that of the students, and that the Class Reloaded will play it because it is the news, but that the words expressed there are strictly that of the students. So let me play that.
Hello. Yeah? I told the kid, but I follow get it. I Hello. Yeah? I told the kid, but I follow get it. I
I mean, you listen to it, very graphic term, and you see when these things happen, these are signs for those of us who've been following Liberian politics for the last 25 years or more. These are signs, and not just ordinary signs. These are terrible signs. These are things when you're in government, you begin to worry. When leaders, look, Liberia is a country where people respect their leader. people respect their leader. People are trained to respect. In the interior, people respect the town chief, the clan chief. In the city, they respect their leaders. When it reaches a point where they begin to disrespect their leader publicly, then there's trouble. We saw it in Liberia how Liberians respected Taylor. When ATU were all in the street corners doing all that thing, Liberians were quiet. It reached a point, the tipping point, that even Taylor, with all his military sophistication, military, quote unquote, military might, when the students and Liberians got ready for him, they were singing in the streets. I remember that very day, calling him Satan, go, Satan, go. We don't want to see you, Naya. I remember that song very well. Now, today, to see university students chanting roll, roll, and there are other things that I will not want to say, but you hear it yourself. It's worrisome. It's worrisome. These are the end times. If you're in the regime, you start to worry. These are end times. In the Bible, it says there will be signs and wonders in the end time. These are the end times. The CDC government is on its bed of affliction, political affliction. And I can't wait until November or October 10th to witness the cataclysmic conversion that will happen in the very span, will take place in the span of many of those who call themselves seditionists. And that shocking wave will signal a rebirth of our country. It will signal a time when men and women of integrity, people with passion for the country, people who want to see the nation move in the right direction, will march the street of Monrovia singing, "We have overcome." And that would be the songs on the lips of Liberian, "We have overcome." Down with CDC, upward progress. And many of us will watch as Liberians stampede their way into history. So help us God. Guys, you listen, thank you. You listen to the tape, and that is it. Let me begin with Ali on this one. Ali, what's your take? You muted, Honorable Mo, on district.
This is one reason why we like the Student Unification Party, because SUP does not support any government. Even the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf government that had more SUP veterans and former standard bearers and presidents of also from SUP, they never one day sided with us. And we never one day got angry with them. We never thought one day to dilute what they do. Because to have done that today, they would not have got that moral rectitude to stand to speak against the ills in society. SUP is that institution that will speak anything against anything that is wrong. We just witnessed SUP presenting a petition to the Senate not to confirm 2 nominees to the Independent Human Rights Commission, because both of them are from the Southeast, and SUP does not believe that this is a Southeastern government. SUP believes that, like every one of us, that it is in fact a violation of the Constitution that says that government should be regionally balanced. The students, it depends how you interpret it. They may have used some languages that I will not use here. But again, when people begin to feel very strongly about happenings in the country, sometimes they go overboard in expressing their thoughts. Imagine, Stephen, this is the university where President Weah and Mrs. Taylor, who is the vice president, have claimed that there is free tuition.
Yeah, free tuition.
Now, if this were the case, that vice president would not go on that campus and the student be so emboldened to call her roll, to sing roll song behind her, and to use some of the languages that they've used. But because of the current condition of the campus, it is so difficult for SUP to hold back. And the mistake people make, SUP is not afraid of anyone. We were there when we were just sophomore students in 2001 when Pierre then led the fundraiser that made them to run away, because they were dealing with them now. And as low key as we were in terms of the structures of SUP, they were hunting us. They had our name. I remember very well Wani Mae Pearson, may her soul rest in peace, the elder sister of Nyamale Pearson, when we were on the UN drive. She was the chief logistical officer for the Liberia National Police. I remember telling me, "For your race here, you're not getting outside for 1 week, and tell your other friends, because I saw your names on the list from the police station." We stood up to that. And when we were in the leadership, we stood up to Judy Bryant and other people. So for me, I think SUP is just highlighting the issue of corruption from the very top of government in this country. And look, I am a SUPist by everything. I will not interfere with SUP activities now. I make my contributions when they call on the veterans, when they ask Otto, when these celebrations are coming, when they want to undertake projects. I will not be very free to be a part of, taking visibly, going there to participate in the activities. And the reason why I do that often is because I don't want people, society, thinking that we from political parties are trying to influence their thinking, because nobody influences the thinking of the Vanguard Student Unification Party. So this is the independence that SUP is standing for. They are standing for the rights of those who cannot speak. They are speaking for those who cannot speak. They will continue to highlight the plight in our society. And we want to be very grateful to SUP for consistently, spearheading the advocacy in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Bo. Pastor Mo.
Yeah, thank you. One thing I'll say all the time here is that some people say opposition are not speaking. And what people don't realize or don't understand is that as long as you are not for the ruling party, you are an opposition. And I must give SUP credit. Growing up as a lad in Liberia, I witnessed them putting fire on the government. And I remember those years when Kofi Wisdom was in a university, Lincoln Brownell. Many of them, those people were standing up against the NDP, the NDPL government. They were even standing up against the PRC I remember when they were telling the Samuel Doe not to run for election. I remember when I was in junior high school when the student council politics was banned in Liberia. So I look at like when you go into the university is where your eyes start to open to political activities, is where your eyes start to open because people learn these things and you have some teacher, some professor that is telling you what the government is doing, whether it is right or it is wrong. And it is where these students come together and say, no, 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 these people are not treating all right. Because if you are in the university, you should be having a job. You should be able to find a job. You can't wait until you graduate from university before you get a job. Immediately when you are in a university, you should have a job that's cope with your field of studies. And if these students are not having the job and the courses that they are doing, like some of them may be doing engineering, some of them may be doing agriculture, and those courses and those areas are not available for them to work. They have to express their desire, and beside them expressing their desire on the irregularities that is going on in Liberia, this government have not done anything right. And are they right to chant roll? Are they right to say fake degree holder? Yes, they are right. Are they right to call her the HOO and JO name that they were calling her? Yes, they are right. These people are not leaders. These people are not leaders. These people just saw the opportunity of the Liberian people that were disenchanted, because what have Joelle Howard Taylor done when she was first lady? And many times they say Joe Barker was a packer. How many years didn't she serve in the Senate? She served in government. She was once National Bank governor, I believe. She served in government. She served in different capacity. What is the legacy she has shown?
She was deputy governor, I think.
Yeah, let's get a story straight so that we don't say the wrong thing on our platform. She was never governor of the bank. She was one of the deputy when it was National Bank, not the Central Bank.
Yeah, National Bank. Thank you. She was deputy. She was one of those governors. What is the legacy that she left for others to follow? She became first lady. And I always say this. They went to a Pavarotti concert and millions of dollars was raised. As a first lady, they shut down the maternity center. We all know the maternity center on the Capitol bypass. The maternity center was shut down in order for it to be turned into children's hospital. Have it been turned into children's hospital? Today, a whole part of Ministry of Health. That's where people go to get their birth certificate. Let us look at the BDC, the Banking Training Center today that is being used as the defense ministry. She and her husband, they decided to break it down under the pretext they were building children's village for war victims, for children that lost their parents in the war, that were fatherless and motherless. Money was raised, money was given to them. What have they done? If they have built that village and those children that are in power, today will not face what we're facing in Liberia. We will not face the youth rates. We will not face what we're facing. But they didn't do it. What did Honorable Barker did? You see, many people not looking at what Honorable Barker did. Honorable Barker was one of those who were on the LOIC board. I benefited from the LOIC. I graduated from the LOIC 9 cycle. So when you want to evaluate them, what they have done, I can tell you what Honorable Barker did and what she did not do. And many people looking at her as a female in politics. Let be polite. There's nothing about being polite. She just who the students say she is. She just who. And what do we need? We need to vote them out. We need to vote them out. They are not credible. They are not reliable. They are not trustworthy. They are proving that they are unable to govern. They are unfit. Thank you.
before I come to Jupo and then Pia, let me play Jupo. I want to hear your reaction from how will somebody in Bond County react. But let me play the video. I see people requesting that I will play. Let's play one or two more times. Then.
Hello. Yeah? I told the kid, but I follow get it. I
Jupo, that's your contest, former senator, and you watch her being booed, lampooned. The book people say she's been lampooned by very, 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 very unpleasant words. What do you think? Yeah, I know she goes to Bond County most of the time. I know, even though the people of Bond might not do it, but I know there have been some negative reaction to her. Especially so when the government started with all what she was saying about that it is the time, nothing has happened for the people of Bond County. What do you think? Quickly, so we can go to Pia and then take some calls. We're going almost 3 hours.
For what the students are saying, it is not something strange. You observe that sometime last year, there was an audit report published by some civil society actors in Bond. And within that audit report, the name of Liberia Vice President and former Bond County Senator, her name was actually mentioned, wherein thousands of dollars were actually allotted for the completion of the Bond County Technical College. So Vice President Joe Howard Taylor, in collaboration with some other officials in this county, actually criminally conspired, and embezzled that money. And up to now, the building is actually uncompleted. As we speak to you, the students are going to school in that unfinished building. And she actually spoke on the reason when she came here, and she said plans are on the way by the government to actually complete this building in the 6-year tenure of President George Manneh Weah. But up present, I mean, the building is still where it was since. And so, I mean, comments coming from the students, I mean, they are not actually strange. It's reported that, I mean, the vice president has actually been involved into some, I mean, financial malpractices in this side of the country. But I beg not to talk much on it. So thank you so much.
Thank you. You walk out of that before no up on Joe, you but I mean it's good to hear your it's good to hear your view. Pia, let's hear your take on this.
Well, firstly, I like the way you introduced the topic with the disclaimer you made with regards to the video. And because you made that disclosure, I don't think any panelist is supposed to lend public support to whatever was said. Let that be the sole prerogative and responsibility of those who issued it. You see, when we disagree with people, We support Joseph Boakai. We got to show example that will be different from other people when we give him a chance to lead. So when people do what they think is right, it's up to them. But we can grant public approval. But soup is why it is. Soup is soup. From generation after generation, everyone who comes in decides how to pursue the struggle that we've all, agree will be waged from time to time. Since Musu posted something here which is true, Musu said, in time past, post-Turkish, Bele Yala, and all of the notorious prison facilities were the homes of student leaders from the university. Most of the people who following us today were too young to know, but there were times when Samuel Doe agreed that he was going to execute, I think, 6 student leaders by firing squad. And it was pressure. After they've gone to Bele Yala and they should have executed, it was pressure from the very student community that made Doe to have a 360-degree turn. The reason why I mentioned it is that no level of harshness or heavy-handedness from any government has informed the behavior of the students who are members of the Student Unification Party. Members of that party are always fearless. They will do what will please them. They will always be prepared to live by the consequences. And that's why it is. And that's the reason why we look in our memory, thinking about people who've been victimized. A son of Nima County, one of the most brilliant student activists I ever experienced in my life. The first time I saw this guy, I was a student at the Booker Washington Institute. And we had this party called the Student Unification Movement, SUM. Former Finance and Foreign Minister Augustine Gaffan, one time, especially during my class period, because we were classmates, was the stand-up bearer of that party. And it was the first time I saw the likes of D. Momodu Lavla, Gabi Tapia, and others. They've gone there to develop the concept and build a strong partnership with the Student Unification Movement. It was there and then I became a member of the Student Unification Party while I was not a member of the university, because my party at BWI and the Student Unification Movement, and so we're now in partnership. Otapia was targeted and killed because of his role at the University of Liberia when Titus War reached Monrovia. I have a vivid account giving as to how Momodu Lavla was killed. Momodu Lavla was a teacher at GW Gibson in addition to his role as a student. So many people knew him. Most of the students at that time, especially those who came from Samuel Doe's tribe, they all joined the army. And one of them, his own former student who was now in the army, identified Wo Tapia in Jalatan. Oh yeah, this is one of the guys from the university who always on the president's back. They led Momodu Lavla to the back of the swamp there in Jalatan. And those who witnessed his execution said, as he turned his back, and they were about to rim his body with bullets, he was still shouting and raising his muscle, Amanda, Amanda. And the bullets were being released on his back and killed instantly right in the swamp. The likes of Tonia Richardson, Ari Nipson, Lawrence Moore, all these comrades who are now martyrs. Of recent, Gwendolyn Daba Wilson, because I believe that Ada Lauren was murdered, so was Gwendolyn, because they were all in the car when they crushed them in the name of an accident, paying the price for the things they do for our country. Yes, I will have a different way of experiencing it. There are people like me, for example. I didn't have to go to Bele Yala. I didn't go to Post Turkish. I was made to be on the high sea for 21 days on a vessel that was not even seaworthy, trying to escape from Mr. Taylor, who has said we're dissident collaborators. That was the price we had to pay. The young comrades today are paying their own price. You know the story of Comrade Sisuli, who talks domestic terrorists sponsored by the CDC almost killed Mapan Point, forced him to flee the country. Martin K. Colley, that we all admire so much by his legendary writings and the things he said, forced into exile out of the country because of what he was doing from the ranks and files of the Student Unification Party. So soup will always be soup, one generation after the other. Men and women who come to that party will always meet a history, and they will have an obligation to uphold the values of that history. They will stand in the gap from time to time, disregarding their own safety concerns. So it is from that perspective I salute the young comrades for what they are doing. The red things are on the wall, as Stephen said. The university students, they've been at the center of every revolution in our country. They will not take the guns. Yes, they didn't take guns in the 1990s. Their work and advocacy created the consciousness in the minds of people that the though government wasn't worth it and had to go. They've done a lot to create that same consciousness that the weird government does not worth it and they must go. And their stance is genuine. Joelle came to power, went to her own country where the people are supposed to be her people, and told them that if you didn't join the ruling party, if you were chiefs, Panama chief, town chief, or whatever, they'll remove you. Joelle stood in that same Bond County and said it was their time to eat. When we started kicking her left and right, she came back and started playing victims. And all of you are feeling sorry for her, that we are treating her bad. Once she got back in the good graces of we are, you know the kind of person she is. So it's good that the students are shaming these people. It's good that they're doing so, shaming them. How they do it is their choice. We disclaim, they take responsibility. But is shaming them a proper thing? Yes. Should all the forces act together to ensure that such group of people are found nowhere near power? Yes. If from these indications, they don't see the right things on the wall, it's up to them. And for the foul languages the children are using, the president of the whole country has been setting the tone. He stands on his pulpits and calls people all kinds of names. Somewhere he spoke, a few days ago, I saw one of the papers carrying it, calling opposition political parties leaders are mere jokers. I don't know who is he. If they are
Joker calling
yeah. No, he may not even be joker. He got to be worse than joker. If the opposition people are jokers, then he got to be something worse than joker. His bereft intellectual standing makes him not to be able to have any civilized conversation. So the only thing that comes from him, Bob, is to stay on auto and insults. He cannot disagree with opposition elements on the basis of the issue, but insults. So he's a national leader. He's setting that tone, and people are following. Imagine your vice president being called a hopojo. You setting that tone. You setting the tone, Mr. President. Because everything coming from your mouth, not dignified, it's insult when you want to talk to people. And the only place you can choose to do it is on an altar. Look, the red things are on the wall. If you and your people are plotting anywhere in any corner about breaking the election, don't do it, Mr. President, I beg you. We don't want to go back to what we saw in 1990. Because I can say without fear, if you and your people, who the Liberian people will vote or break the election, I will not be surprised because you see, electioneering, free, fair, transparent, democratic processes ensures our peace. That's the power that people have. When you take it from them, they will find other sources of resistance. War can be a part of it. Coup can be a part of it. Anything that will get you from power, once you undermine the democratic means that they're supposed to use, can be a part of it. Don't take us back there. The Liberian people have done you well. If they don't want you again a second time, just pack your satoka. That the people said to Taylor, go, Pape, go.
Yeah, people lie.
But your team there, go, Pape. At least they made you president for 6 years. Don't force yourself on them. That trash you're talking about, when you're talking about constitutional mandate, just stop that nonsense. There is nowhere in our laws that says somebody who one-time president must be second-time president. Only the poor can make you. From all indication, the poor don't want you. When they flock you, go. Don't do anything that will plunge our country into chaos. Our people deserve peace. They deserve peace. They've been kind to you. They give you leadership. Don't provoke anything in that country. I will reverse everything to zero. Because it's clear, Mr. Weah, you guys have failed. All the things, look at what you're doing, so desperate. So you really believe that somebody called Wayfair Bangura that's something? Why are you fooling yourself? We all know how political party, if there's somebody taking you, we are away from CDC and they say they want you, they want to do a Mama Molu, then you know it will not work. Because CDC is you. It's the same way MDR is Prince Johnson. When you let Wayfair Bangura may try to protect his job because they are afraid that with Prince Johnson saying the party not supposed to be the thing, you will take a job from them.
Exactly.
That's their issue. So soup has been soup in the past. They are soup today. They'll be soup in the future. All the children can be sinking when they're doing their politics thing. Old soup.
Never die.
Will never die. Old soup will never die. That philosophy of massacre will live on. I guess when all of us should have left this earth, who are members of SUP, we may likely have the Student Unification Party and its philosophy of mastercracy in heaven or hell, wherever we will be. Bravo to the Student Unification Party. Bravo to the Vanguard Party. Truly, you prove from time to time that the university is the macrocosm of the larger Liberian society. And that those who are in leadership at the university, they are a replica of national leaders by extension. And that's why you got to be proud of your veterans. Yeah, they may have been working with government that you may not like, but many of them, not all of them, when they serve in those governments, they distinguish themselves from the rest of the people. They serve with integrity, credibility that you can be proud of. But keep it up. All hope is not lost. Liberia will be fine again. Thank you, Steven.
Thank you, Pierre. Thank you.
Who says sour? Sour to what? To my message or what in?
Yeah, but it's sour. You know when you conclude with soon never die. It's a sour. So yeah, let's take few calls. Chupa announce the number, so we'll take few calls and then we'll call it a night.
Okay. So the numbers this evening to make you form part of the programs are 0347 54 28 45, 0347 54 28 45, 0881 95 98 07, 0881 95 98 07. And for the other orange number there's a little change tonight. So 0776 13 51 48 are the numbers tonight. 0776 13 51 48. And for those in the diaspora, you can call us on +1 401 688 8266. +1 401 688 8266. So those are the numbers this evening to make you one part of the program. So there's a little change in the orange number from my end.
Yeah, let's just say that they'll call.
Yeah.
Because I'm not using my computer. I don't know how to edit it from the back here.
Oh, okay.
All right, caller, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm everyone calling from Hotel.
Okay.
Yeah, I just started monitoring. I just started. But I realized that this station, they always preach Waka. And that's the best candidate we have for now. Librarian might be thinking, they say, they may say, from the time he got defeated in 2017, I think this is the first sector that all librarians carry war. And you see what made people concerned about Waka is a name that's going to be in 2014 or 20 or 24 what will be president in the country. So no doubt about it. Let's keep on supporting, keep on pressing, and we'll make it.
Thank you.
And for the vice president,
Mm-hmm.
they lose their point. They lost integrity. So anywhere they go now, they will be machine. So that one, no doubt about it. They can't make it. They spoil everything and gone backward. All the coup that Helen built for them to work on it, they left it and take their own road. The whole country go chakra. So complain them.
All right, Chief. Thank you. I see someone asking if Wilmot Smith is from Soup. Yeah, Wilmot Smith was in Soup, but he had been expelled from the veteran community. Hello, caller. Go ahead. Good evening.
Thank you. This is Otis call.
From where?
I do join you from Teams this evening.
Okay.
You see, my concern is completely drawn to most of the argument that we have put forth when it comes to Liberia case. My fear is this spirit of reciprocity. And I think that it wouldn't offer well, for the younger generation. Because every Liberian has a right to exist or coexist in this country.
Reciprocity on what now? I'm not getting the line you're flowing away.
Our grievances as it relates to, what we want to see happen in the country. But I'm not in favor, of the vice president, style. Definitely I'm not in favor of it. I myself had a problem with her. But the fact that people will go out and start bullying and using, jargons, and I don't think so. It's signaling any kind of good image for the young people. Okay, even if this government leaves power tomorrow, back, you will see the same thing circulating, and it's not good. It means that we're not going anywhere. Okay, so you who are up there, who are knowledgeable of the issue, I think you should provide a better way that this country, can come together for us to see reasons and see Liberia, not see any individual in the picture.
So let me say this: why this caller is going off the line. This thing about you up there, you'll provide a better way. I remember when we were planning just quickly our December protest, and we went to this meeting, and the Justice Minister said, with the UN people, when you guys are doing things, you're doing with moderation. And Henry Costa got extremely angry. And he asked them, when you're stealing the country money, you can steal with moderation. When you're killing people all around here, you can kill with moderation. When you're doing all the bad governance, bad justice system, you can do it with moderation. Like we said, what they said, we do not, it's not from this show. We made the disclaimer. But sometimes people get to the point where they just give up and they are just angry. You know. Go ahead, Jupol or Pierre.
The call on the line from my end just slipped up. So
okay, I have a call. Yeah, go ahead.
This is Adolfo J.J. Coca calling from Buchanan, Grand Bassa Country.
Yes, my Buchanan people have been waiting to hear from you. Go ahead.
Yeah, quickly, you see, for the very first time that this government leader came up and saying everybody should be security for themselves. Here I lose confidence in this government that they are not really a government that come in to protect the rule and law of this country. You see, and those massive killing started going on. You see, more violence raising to the highest peak. Secondly, let me speak on the issue of this the university student. In the whole world, anywhere, any government where you find out or you see students raising against you, that's your falling part. So this government have rise up, and this is their falling point. So as you go up, you come down. This government has massively failed, and those who listen to what the university students are saying, let them listen very well that 2023 that we in, we should direct our vote to different area, not that area, but more especially it should be directed to Honorable Yuma Boyka. Thank you.
Thank you. Your caller, go ahead. Pierre Chupol, if you guys have callers.
Yes. Okay, I have caller on the line. Hello.
Chupol, we can hear you.
Getting the person?
Yeah, but very low.
Wow.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
We can hear that person, Jupol, without hearing anything.
We can't hear the person.
Oh. This computer again.
Going back to that same computer. Then let me take this
Yeah,
call.
you got call?
Call up, go ahead. I got callers. I got callers. Go ahead.
How are you, Mo? How are you, Mo?
I'm okay.
Yeah, they're Paco. I thought go eat all my good family tell me happy everyone.
I hear calling many.
Honorable Pierre.
No, the first name. What the first name? Pierre, please call your name.
I'm gonna leave it, man. May cover.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, we hear it. Go ahead.
Yes, no man, no woman. In the form of our president, I was speaking to you for this right now.
Yes.
While running a campaign up there more, all we want. We all will be together. And yeah, we made an intervention. They will make a shit. Can't go to YouTube for go so much. That go be there. That go be war in them. You see to them, the people go to and that's for me. Can you this more? More what the party call the filter. What the party call our file for you. I wanted to get that prayer for just an about our file for you. Yeah, I want to get a prayer.
All right, Chief. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Mo, let me take this call.
Okay.
Call on the line from the US. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Pierre. Good evening to everyone. Firstly, I want to say thanks to you, Mr. Pierre, for relieving us of the suspense we had on Punch FM. at least it's good that we know what happened. And I mean, our expectations will be moderated. I do see on Facebook that I don't know whether the station is on. I saw a post about it. If it comes on, hopefully we thank God, we look forward to it. But I wanted to make a point quickly on the issue of the second term you were talking about. There was an interview that the vice president had in Bong County a couple of months ago. And the journalist asked her, what is your impression about the upcoming election? And her response was, we don't have a problem with all those who say they want to be president. The only thing we are asking of them is for them to wait for us to finish our second term. So I think this issue of second term with the level of community education they are giving that is constitutional is something that has been built in the circuit. And I think they're just putting that out. I think they've moderated it a bit. You all know when they came, it was 24 years and all of that. But they've come down to the point where they think that the least they can go below is 2 terms because Mrs. Salif had 2 terms. So I think what is happening is just sending a signal that even that is no longer guaranteed. So I think like you're all saying, they just need to take heed and maybe start to back up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Augustine. Okay, Augustine, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. I'm glad to be on the Class Reloaded. My name is Augustine Established Jr. And I was listening to the show, and then Theo Comipia were discussing the University of Liberia, and he did mention the Student Education Party, and he mentioned some of the style of the party in the 80s. And one of them being my late uncle, D. Momodu Labla. I was 15 years old in December 16, 1989. At the time of that, we were working at the Central Agricultural Research Institute, when my uncle, D. Momodu Labla, had come over to attend his brother's wedding anniversary.
Okay.
I can remember vividly, he and his friend Woodtape drove together. They stopped over our house at Kerry, and then they have lunch together before Woodtape continued his journey to Nima. And my brothers, my uncle stayed with the brother after the program. That was the last time I ever laid eye on my uncle until we heard about his death in the 90s.
Oh.
And so, yeah, and so I just got to get all. Because we live with that memory. My dad is president. He teach at the University of Liberia, and so we live with that memory. It's not an easy thing for us. So I'm assuming when you're talking about it, I just thought of just pouring to just make the point. But thank you guys for the show.
All right, Augustine. All along, I didn't know that he was your uncle. Stephen, Augustine and us graduated from SDA together. He was actually
I know, Labla.
Okay, Augustine, take care then. We're so sorry about that. I know Pia has brought back fresh memory to you. Take that. Okay.
Okay.
Hello? Hello? Comrade Gibson, go ahead.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening to young Comrade Pia. Good evening to the rest of all of you.
No, I just hold on 1 second. This person is saying I refuse to take their call. D. Christian Carr, I don't have your number in my phone.
Let him text you.
Yeah, when the call is on like this, Stephen, to even retest is difficult because you got so many calls coming. So when Noah finish, for example, the next available call is what I will take. So I don't know your number to say, oh, I'm refusing to take it. Go ahead, Noah. Noah, go ahead. Noah Gibson, are you there?
If you lost Noah, let me take DJ Nobel from Liberia because I Liberia call.
No, Noah is on. Noah is on. Go ahead.
Okay, quickly, what I'd like to say is that yes, I'm here.
It's a bit low.
Noah, start listening to the Noah, listen straight through the phone.
So the situation there is, I think it is scary that these people don't like that. I think reported today
that 6 radio stations conducted an opinion poll in one county.
Yeah.
And all those 6 radio stations put United Party ahead in the pool. And then also, we thank a very many leads. And as I'm speaking to you, according to True FM, the CDC folks have become to get.
Woo. Take your call. I will call Noah back because.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Pia. Let me say good evening to the panelists. Look, Liberia is the only country that we have now. And today, people were saying, oh, the bourgeois, our terror, and one other man on the other side of the tablet saying that, oh, in fact, the students have been paid, in fact, free school, this and that. So I like the response from the Secretary General of School. He said, during the time we were paying money over there, things were not perfect. But at least things were at home here. If you're doing a chemistry student, going there is no laboratory, there is no lab, it's free, breaking about it, and nothing that you call free that would be good. So the library people are not full. So if they will even pull you out, we know you out, the role you've been playing. All the time you've been in government, what you have been doing for the library people. So if you go there and you don't do the right thing, today people are making less than $60, $40. When you say, oh, anytime you got nothing, and thank God that the man from the other side was trying to tell them, really, anytime people are making $40 or any increase to 125, 150, today is not happening. The rest, anytime was $15 for bed, but today is $20, $25. So when you say, who should we put there? I think people are coming back. It would be better for the library people because they want for United Party to come back because United Party did what better than our own says here that we can't get nothing from. So it just shows to the library people that the library put that with you. The only thing you got to do to steal from the library people and you have to change your way and will not get you the next 6 years again. And I hope and pray librarian listen to this. God is revealing all the things for people to see. Yeah, today the only thought that we're talking about that the people kill, people were seeing a lot. But thank God the crocodile come from under the water and say, I did all our boss. So he left with the library people for all to see and hear and listen to what is going on in this country. It will put your beer back, your eating say, me, I will not eat it because I will not vote for it. And I hope and pray my family will not go alone that way. May God bless our country and save our states. Thank you very much.
You guys are getting back?
No, I think I have not gotten back. It's not answering. Go ahead.
Okay, we got call that call before I take the call.
To the cloud reloader, this is the voice of Kelly's USA joining from Buchanan Grand Boston County.
Yeah.
Let me say this to the listening audience who are in the diaspora, and let me say this: this is the CDC today, the CDC yesterday, which people even carry their bare skin and they mark the CDC. Which people carry their own T-shirt and they mark the CDC that the CDC today cry like the opposition who have never seen the power before. The CDC today are running after people, or someone who is CDC today and saw what CDC is doing, but it's not good and decide to leave and all of these issues. Why should you go after the people or go after the person? I don't think the CDC is the CDC yesterday. But let me tell you, today, it's not JMD going to vote, but we Liberians going to vote. It is not the political leader of the lower party in the law is going to vote. We are going to vote them out. And let me say this to the vice president, my vice president, Joao Taylor. We thought you move with coalition and for us to be in sympathy with you and see how the Liberian will talk to the international community to have your Taylor free. But we know that you went there to make business, to get money, to get right on the Liberian people too. You don't have that pity, that sorrowful man for Mr. Taylor. Watch out, the time is coming because you said it. Those are the partner team and what of you that in Bon County, if they not vote for TDC, they were not going to dig, they were not going to get joy, you were going to take them, or sack most of them. So that's why you yourself, you see, even when you were leaving your office,
Chief, you got to wrap up now. Other callers are on the line.
Thank you very much for having me on the show. Thank you.
Okay. You have a call, Pierre?
Yeah, I got a call.
Go ahead.
So let's listen to a son of Bon County. Caller on the line, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say good evening to the entire panelists, Stephen, Pastor Mo, Wally, and my brother. They're from Ghana. I want to say to the students from the University of Labrador, thank you.
Who's speaking? Who's speaking? Who's speaking? The audience, you know who's
By the way,
speaking.
this is George Lobo. Born in Phoebe Hospital, Swakopmund District, on Swakopmund Market Day. Joel being my former senior senator and the current vice president. I said the other day, Vice President Joel Howard Taylor is a lady and a mother. It is a belief in our African tradition that giving the female or the lady, the mother, the resources is the most important thing to do in a household because we care more about the people. But this vice president, this mother, female, lady of ours, have shown to be very heartless, very, very wicked. This is the vice president who honor her watchful eyes. Even when she was with Charles Taylor, during the rebel days, when Dudubo was bumping, that's how for those of us from behind the line would say Dudubo time, Phoebe was always electrified. Honor her watchful eyes as vice president. Phoebe struggled, but she had the audacity to go to Banga and tell her people that it was their time. I feel no sympathy for her, even when Georgia was treating her. The bench she made is what she's lying on now. And I hope Joel will not be the first. I hope other Liberians can do it to honor corrupt officials, especially this kleptocratic, unprofessional, unethical bunch of hustlers who Liberians entrusted their country with. This is what we should do. This is how we should demonstrate and start to send a message to them. That not only that we can't wait for election to come, but we are tired of you folks. The vice president should not be welcome anywhere. What has been her accomplishment? Let's go to the Bond County Technical College. If this lady cares so much of her legacy in helping President Weah, she would have fought from the very first day that particular college, that the place she was senator for, that it would have been completed 5 years before our eyes. In 2018, right after their inauguration, the students at Bakone High School and Buffet High could not go to school because of leaking roof and no chairs. Joel Howard Taylor's first budget was $2.1 million. This woman is not only wicked, this lady is heartless. And so I want to thank the students at the University of Labrador. This is what we expect to see. Because all of you people there come from different parts of the country. And you folks are representation of your individual respective communities. You people should be the ones to help your people. So again, I want to thank my brothers and sisters at the UL, even though some of us didn't go there. But we want to commend the leadership of SOUP. And you people should not allow any corrupt official, especially those ones who have decided that your school buildings will not be renovated, that you people will sit on a leaking roof classrooms. You people should study that you people are not stupid. Even though they believe they've convinced themselves that you people don't have sense, but at least this is a proof to Joel and the rest of the CDC that if you think that great people are stupid, wait and see Joel. In Bokate, I say again, in 2023, Joel, I will be living in Ghana. I will vote in Ghana. The time will tell. I thank you guys for the time. Thanks for the show.
Thank you, Lobo. Mo, you got called. Go ahead.
Definitely. Go ahead, Polo.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Am I live on the class reloaded?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. By the way, I'm in the Dutch, I'm Cabinet Head Savannah, and I do join the conversation this night from Clarita and a member of QRM. Our goal is to make George Weah a one-term president. Or having started at my pages or evening listening to you guys in studio, no. You don't need to tell rocket science or no rocket science need to tell that Mr. Weah has to this nation. Mr. Weah first said here in office, we are still within the principle massively. There is a man who was having nothing right before ascending to the presidency. But this man just get to the presidency in a few years time, this man has become a billionaire. But it is so sad that we have a bunch of stupid people in this country who are supporting this presidency. You find some of them even in the morning to find food to eat. It's very difficult for them. But they are happy just we are wearing good purple suit, in laying down in blue horse, in riding blue car. In fact, the more Mr. Weah life is improving, the more their life is going backward. And they are happy with this. But I can assure you that come 2023, and I'm also requesting for all the parents to join CYM, the Conscious Youth Movement of Labrador, for all to kick this man out. This man government is a satanic and demonic government, and this man government is also an antichrist government. Re-electing this man government for another 6 years will be equivalent to an earthquake disaster.
Thank you.
So much.
Thank you. Go ahead, Kolo. Good evening. Yeah.
This is Bobby Abu Menka Mu across from distances and Mo, let me appreciate you guys this afternoon, this evening for a topic. Who you see today? Well, let me first congratulate our comrade at the University of Liberia because the people to tell you that the people tired.
Even they call to imitate Boja.
Yeah, they're not benefiting at all. Even though it's free, but they're not receiving a lesson on time. Look at the thing. The vice president took upon her time. She went to the state law university. It was so disgraceful on her part to see the university student bullying at the current vice president. Can you imagine more?
Yeah.
From my sources, they told me that when she went home, she started crying. But said now that she wanted to resign for the co-election. She don't want to leave it.
Now your sources told you?
I told him my sources.
But let her go resign. Who cares?
She want to resign for the co-election. She don't want to be vice president again because she says so denigrated.
That's what say lie to you. She will still be. She won't be vice president.
So you see how far that the people have put the country into the war. That today, we know very well that the people get free education. That's the time when the people go there to the university to be happy for them. But to tell you that the people are not just in this government, the people will not be re-elected. We will make sure that we that live in the very locality and we educate the masses. What the government matter is the next candidate. Come 2023, and that decision is clear. Thank you very much, Mo.
Thank you, Bobby.
Let me take the call.
Bobby Abu Mesga.
Yeah, thank you, Claudia Lola, for this program. This program is wonderful. As you are mentioning about some heroes of soup, especially when you mentioned about D. Bomoli Labla. Tears came to my eye because he was a senior brother of mine. We all play football together. We grew up in fashion together. And he labor and I was very closer. But Guy Momori Labla had gone to fishing with his father in Farmington River. And unfortunately for his father, the fishing net carrying under the water and he died. He was small and he ran back to town to tell people. That's the kind of poison. The single mother brought him up. He went to that level because he was determined to reach where he reached. Can you imagine? Single mother, no father, and think his older brother Agustin Labla. He took care of every one of them and they reached that level. So I mean that just the sorrow that came to my mind and I want to express it. So thank you.
All right, brother.
Can I take a call?
Yeah, take it.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so kindly, Mr. Ali, for affording me a platform, and thank you kindly to your panelists on the show this evening. Michael Kutume is my name, and I join you from Central Morgan, National Chairman, National Revolutionary Youth Movement, in support of Excellency Dr. Bwaka 2023 presidency. As it relates to the Vanguard Party today, normally as a leader of party, the mandate there is to fight in the interest of the student. And exactly, so it's not going to align with even a greater dictatorial regime that we have around here. The Dole regime, the Chancellor regime. So leader Alassane never bowed down. No, they never danced to the tune of the dictators. So this thing of soup is to find the interest of the students. You cannot go at the University of Liberia where you see building are all just up. But you go there and make that a political statement. Just on the basis of the CEC government is about to transform the University of Liberia. No. So
All right, Chief.
Do radical transformation, progressive transformation, and this is soup.
Okay, Chief.
Much against the past president. No, it's the regime. A whole lot of political things.
Still, I'll take 2 more calls from my end.
And we are against free school.
Thank you, Chief. Let's take the other callers.
Can you allow me to take 1 call from Liberia before you take your last 2 calls? Because I've been holding on the line for long. Caller from Liberia, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. My name is J. Harry B. Johnson, calling from Ria community. You know, this morning I was listening to Cool FM, and they were just saying on their show the State of the Nation address that will be done on Monday. They're going to take the entire thing as a CDC thing. They will not see it as a national thing. And you will not believe those guys made those statements around 10 o'clock this morning. Around 2 o'clock, they are going to work the sedition and look for a picker and put speaker inside, passing around rehire, telling people, you got to go tell President, we are thank you. You got to go tell President, we are thank you. So a lady was buzzing right. She said, thank you for what? For our suffering? And you know, and the children tried to, you saw the woman. But I just stood there around and said, thank God that people's eyes are opening gradually. Because you will not tell somebody thank you, go tell somebody thank you when they do good for you, especially knowing the impact of what you have since the last 5 years. So they guys, they are not people to change. In fact, even the neighbor of George Weah had lost confidence when they lied to the people that they were going to get a Christmas rest. They wanted to took that EPL people and started divine rest on them. So the people will say, also your thing will not eat for the Christmas. So the whole stuff here, they got to be forcing people. And our people just need to open their eye more, that's all. Even in rehab here, the road they said they were facing here, look, go use behind George Weah house. The whole road have bust all in the places. And they say, oh, the men were facing the whole area. Joseph Baga live here, never face the place. Come and see the place. The entire place have bust.
So in fact, I played that well there now.
Well. Massively.
All right, but let that old man no need to argue with those people. Let us just go forward because you argue with those killers. They can kill serious people. They will kill them, so they must be careful. All right, you be careful. You just go forward. You don't argue with them.
Exactly.
Thank you.
But they know the result they got in Kenya High School. They know the result they got to move for election. If I tomorrow for a bill, border big Austin being red behind Kenya here, some of your brother from some are living here, but they knew what they got here doing the election.
Thank you. Yeah, boy, you can tell your 2 calls you're talking about now. I just wanted to get him up because he's a Liberian caller.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Mo Ali, this is Noah. I will get him back on the line.
Yeah, Noah.
You know, look, as I was saying, Truth FM reported today on their 2 o'clock launch news.
Yeah.
After launch news.
I listened to it.
There are 6 radio stations conducted an opinion polls in Bond County. And all the opinion polls on the 6 million station favor the Unity Party. This clearly demonstrates that the people are resolved. We are not seeing ways to be complacent or to make others be complacent. We are working seriously. But what I want to say that really caught my attention has to do with the Liberian people. And I'm so impressed when I heard Sion Combetia, calling these people killers. I always hear the Liberian people saying that they mischarge killer. Sometimes when I contrast and compare this weird government and the Taylor government, there is no difference. If you want the weird government not to be elected because of bad governance and the same kind of, killing that, children used to do here, where people used to die like Man Noai Flomo and the rest of other people who were unaccounted for, they were unexplained deaths in the Taylor regime. So if you will make Taylor and you want to hit this regime, I think it's a contradiction. We need to graduate from this kind of way of thinking. Because why we want wish for the return of men and Taylor in this kind of 21st century era, more especially.
But no, the people just trying to tell you that worse things are happening now.
No, the thing is, for me, I'm not looking at it at an angle. The point for which I'm looking at it more, I'm looking at it seeing bad governance. The two governments, they are interrelated. When you compare the two of them, the United Party government came here and brought and make us to know the meaning of good governance. Why is true our government was not perfect, but in terms of good governance, we did discriminate well, taking into consideration returning, right after the war, under the first or the second post-war regime. Taylor was the first post-war regime. So we build out an integrity institution, we build our governance, we make people know what is budget.
Okay, Noah.
So when you have gotten used to those things, then you want to make a regime that was here that never had accountability like this one, and then you want to take this one and make that one. It's a contradiction.
Wrap on that, Chief.
Do that. That's my point.
Thank you. Let me take this last caller, please. Go ahead, you my last caller. And all those listening, don't call again.
Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Is the class reloaded?
Definitely.
Okay, good evening to everybody.
Good evening.
And I say thank you for the show.
Go ahead, your name.
My name is Mokonje Brown, from Old.
Okay, Mokonje, go ahead.
Yeah, I was watching the show online, but I'm hearing two voices. So you gotta check the internet, listen to the sound. When you're talking, then I can hear another sound that the radio is sounding there too.
Okay, we'll check it up, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, thank you for the show.
All right, Mama, take care now. Oh, yeah. So, Piazza, somebody are calling from Italy. Go ahead. They got been calling long. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening to you and good evening to your panelists. I'm D. Wisno and I call you from Italy.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to Brother Pia. I've been following the show. But I just want to use this medium to call upon you more than Brother Pia to be able to talk to Henry Costa concerning the issue of Eugene Fagon. You know, Fagon is like a vessel now that is fighting to find a way to angle. And so in such, I expect that you guys will be able to open your arms so that he can angle. And with that, you'll be able to get the explanation. There's nobody in Liberia, even around the world, that doesn't know that those editors that died and were murdered. But in as much that Fagon was in the government, that Brother Pia was saying, there's no way that that brother would have said what he's saying today. And so if he in a safe zone and he's saying what he's saying, I think all of the oppositional leaders of group need to open your arms to bring these brothers together and find peace, find a common ground. Like Prince Johnson, now he's speaking out. The way Prince Johnson is speaking out now, I'm expecting the Unity Party, the ANC, whoever, all of the opposition leaders to open your arms and
collaboratively bring this guy on whichever way you can bring him on, at least to have a safe Liberia. It is not about Liberia. It is not about an individual. What George Weah is doing, I think the country where George Weah got Ballon d'Or, all right? His footprint is here, but this food that brother doesn't have here, all right? The people here are wondering the young people or the people of Liberia, where did they leave their brains to go and to such a man? Okay? And so I just want to appeal to the class, use your instrumentality, do the best you can to bring Fagon, at least behind the scene. Talk to him. Let peace reign. For God's sake, for heaven's sake.
All right.
Peace reign.
Thank you, Chief.
Please stop the contract to reduce, the attack on the man. Because as you do that, you will drive him away. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Done.
I'm from the U.S. Go ahead.
All right. My name is Hastings Booker. I'm calling from Toledo, Ohio. I usually call on the program. But, Bro Pierre, I want to say thank you so much. I want to say thank you to Mo Ali. Thank you to Pastor Mo, and thank you to Stephen, and also the young journalist from Banga. I want to say thank you guys so much. Bro Pierre, I really enjoy you. Hello?
Go ahead, I hear you.
Okay. All right, I really enjoy you on the show, more especially what you say about Eugene Fagon. Even though I don't like Eugene Fagon, because when he was in government, he was saying all kinds of things against the Liberian people. But once he's out and he's living in the U.S., I just want to suggest so that you guys can invite him on the program and, let him answer some questions. So I just don't want to say, people to say, oh, the man were in government, you were not talking. I mean, you cannot be in the government and talk against the government.
All right, so we
as all the guys that did it, in the past.
As a platform, as a platform, we already concluded that we invited. The only way you're not seeing, that means he turned down the invitation, but we already decided we invited him.
Okay, so thank you so much.
And we're inviting him not because of him as Eugene Fagon, but we're interested in all these souls that were crushed to their death.
That's right, Mr. Pia. That's right. I mean, we're not looking at Eugene Fagon, but the information that he's putting out is very important for the Liberian people. Those educated people that was killed in our country, I mean, everything just went like that, and some of us, we are not part of this family. The people that killed their Liberians, and we love them, educated people. So this justice must be served. The God that we serve is a God of justice. Let justice be served in this case.
Thank you.
So I want to say thank you.
Michael Harris, you are calling, call back. Let me take you, you'll be the last call. Michael Harris from Minnesota. You're calling while the other callers are on the line, so I gave you the last opportunity call, and then I'll close up my call on you. Michael Harris. Michael, you got the last opportunity. If you don't want it, then I will close the call. If you call back to back 2 times. If you still want to call, no call coming out. You the last call. I give you that freedom. Call so I can close the calling from my end. All right, Stephen, you can start the closing procedure. If he calls, fine, but we can be waiting. I gave him the freedom to call, so if he calls, fine, but he has not called, so.
All right, good. Let me remove this. So, guys, it's been a wonderful show. I'd like to say a big thank you to all of you for joining in, our panelists. Thanks to Pastor Mo Ali, Jupor, and Pia. Thanks to all of our callers. And of course, thanks to all of our radio stations.
Let me take him quickly, then you close. Michael, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Michael Harris, and I call from Minnesota. So thank you for allowing me. I just want to quickly talk about this joy issue. Why it may sound like irrespectful to some people, I mean, that is the student's action, Because in our society, it is believed that women should be highly respected, especially a woman at that level. But you got to soul. When you are given a space to serve in government, you go there to serve your people. And I don't understand why someone like Joel will allow her reputation to be dragged in a mode like this. Because if he, even no matter how bad the government is, Joel, you have, I believe you got good upbringing, you got good parents, you got good education to some extent, you got some experience. So even no matter how bad the government is, try to hold your integrity intact. But if it because niggas agree or they agree for wealth, whatever way the CDC government flow, you want to be in tune with them. So whatever they do, you want to support them. These are the results. So I think it's just a wake up call for her. And no matter what it is, no matter how the situation is, let her try to maintain that integrity for herself. And how she done that over the past 5 years, I don't believe she would have faced what she faced today. So I'm not just go back in her closet and re-examine herself. And she feels that she come to the point where, I mean, her reputation cannot, it's being dragged to the mud. I think she can resign. And she can let the government judge. She has worked enough for so many years. I think she can sustain whatever she acquired. But because of the work in the grief of where you want to be there and just, continue to have this kind of disrespect, I think she should try to have a rating. Thank you.
All right. Stephen, that will be the final call. And before I turn it back to you, let me just say a lot of people follow this show. A lot of people. The former vice president of Liberia, Dr. Harry Fumba Moniba, I guess you know his son very well, Dr. Clarence Moniba. He was chosen as the standard bearer of LANU. He's in the race from the presidency. He's from Lo-Fi. He reached out to me that he wants to appear on the platform. So I said, well, even though it's a JMB platform, but we can call you and ask you all the hard questions. As to why, for example, you Lo-Fi people believe in your tradition, this uncle versus nephew situation. Why would a nephew want to run when the uncle is in the race? Maybe you can answer all those hard questions on the Class Reloaded. He reached out to me, and I'm just saying it to you guys. Let's figure out. Initially, he was telling me he wanted to appear by Monday. I told him we're trying to conclude on the Sakwe Manakpa situation. So we'll see how we conclude everything. And we need people here. Once people respect the platform, let's bring them here and ask them the hard question. I think most of our followers will like that because most of them been saying, guys, instead of you're just coming, you're talking about yourself, won't be seeing guests. So send the guests are volunteering to come, they'll bring them and have a positive engagement.
Okay. Yeah, we'll work on that. I'm having some headache, man. Well, it's been a good show. Almost 4 hours though, but it's been a good show. It was so they pay attention to the time. Finally, we're at the close. Let me say thanks to all of our callers for participating, or all of those in the comment section for their comments, feedback, those who we posted. If we didn't post you, we apologize. It's a lucky ticketing. If we didn't call your name when the show starts, it's also a lucky ticketing. I don't know most of the folks here. We just call name randomly, and that's how we do it. But it has been a wonderful time. I'd like to say thanks to Michelle, Pastor Mo, Mo Ali, Pia for their inputs. Thanks for joining us and being a part of tonight's discussion. It's been a wonderful time. I'd like to say thanks to all of our radio stations for carrying the show. Bushwa Radio FM 98.1, Premier FM 98.1 in Bangladesh, Radio Tupa, one of our long-standing ally in Basel 89.1, Voice of Lo-Fi FM 99.3, another ally, Radio Joy Africa 97.5, Voice of Kompa 106.5 in Nimba County. We're at the close. I'll go across the table a minute each for your closing so that we can call it a night and prepare for Friday, when we shall be back here with another edition of the program, The Class Reloaded. Guys, a minute each, you're closing.
Jupo, were we 100% on the radio today? On Premium? Am I speaking again?
Yeah, I see a lot of people complaining on Facebook for the internet. Ali, you're having difficulty in Monrovia, right?
Mine is okay today. Mine is okay today.
But there has been complaints.
Yeah, definitely. In fact, like with Lone Star today, their system was just completely down.
Lone Star I can get the bank now. Every day you get your money system. Oh, you go take your money system down. Like, bro, man, sister can only receive money. But the same bank that you go deposit today, you put 10,000 here, you turn around, you come back. For that same money, you make the system down. So the system I can collect money, that system take it. Like, bro, man, you go collect your money, this system down. You get the money, you say, yeah, system up. But I mean, it's been a cool show. We launched report there. Let's get our closing in a minute each. Pastor Mo, go ahead with your closing, please.
Well, it's always a great show when we have a topic that many people build interest in and we discuss it. It's good. I want to say thank you to all of our viewers on Facebook and we are online, and to our many listeners there in Radio Land. As I close, I want to say thank you to Honorable Prince Mui for giving us the opportunity to be heard in Boom County. I also want to say thank you to Honorable Nyombi Kanga Lawrence for giving us the opportunity to be heard in Grand Bassa and in part of Monrovia. And what I have to say to our people is that let us talk to our people back home on how to vote. If you are from Grand Bassa, you are from Nima, start talking to your people. We are doing our own here. We want you to do your own. By the grace of God, we will be in Liberia. Nigerian men say, Kolo Kolo, Abo to Abo. We'll be there to make the case for our man Mo Ali. We'll be there to make the case for Cornelius Craft. We'll be there to make the case for Honorable Joe Burger. Honorable Joe Burger has already made a case. So we'll just be there to buttress him. So we say thank you. And we want you all to rally around Honorable Mo Ali as he's trying to go into the house. You'll talk to your people to vote for him in District 5. And any support you are able to give it to him. I believe Mo Ali can do the job for the Liberian people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pastor Mo. Yeah, Ali is District 5, right?
Yeah, District 5, definitely. So firstly,
and I hope you listen before you go close. I hope you collected the information for those folks who
yeah, definitely. And I like
please
to say,
reach out to them.
People have already started making some contribution towards the Jesse project, and I'd like to extend my thanks and appreciation to them.
And Mama, let me say something to you, Ali. Politics, in Liberia, politicians can be ashamed to pay for money to run a campaign. In America, yeah, the billionaire then, Donald Trump can be begging you for $1. Billionaires, they be begging community, they just put $1. Go online, sign up for $1. That's how you fund your campaign. In Liberia, we're afraid. You want to raise money, you're thinking what the people will say. No, that's how you raise money for your campaign. You know, people got to support you. And that way, when the people support you, then the people have a say. You see, Dylan?
Definitely.
The reason why you see the Liberian people can hold Dylan accountable, not for any other reason, but the money inside. That dollar rally, the money where people put their money inside, that's why they hold Dylan into higher standard. And not for any other reason. Assuming Dylan has spent his own money on one night election, nobody will be behind him like that. Nobody will hold him accountable. But because people contributed, so they feel the part of they made you, they see themselves in, they saw themselves in them making you senator. So it is their seat that you're sitting in. And that's the kind of thing we should do. Encourage our people to support candidates so that they can take ownership of those candidates. Down, those people will be, you see, they don't, any small mistake they don't make, will apologize. because the people hold you accountable. That are seen
exactly because people contributed towards his campaign.
You think about any why the people can go hold that Joseph every student like that? Why they can't hold their account? They senator there.
Because they give money.
They
give money to be voted. Anyway, so let me say thank you to all of those who have made contributions. We truly appreciate it. Election is a very, very expensive venture, and well, we are hoping and praying that we can make the difference in the process. The conversation tonight was really, really good, and let me say thank you to Franklin Dulokui as always. His style of reporting is just completely different from other people. He reported well from Nima County, and then you know, I didn't know all along that Augustine Lively was related to the Soup veteran who was murdered by the Dole regime until Pierre brought it out. We're sorry to them. And again, to those who lost their family members in all of these murders that have been ongoing. Like, we are on the air, somebody sent a message from Bomi that a child has just been murdered and the parts extracted. They believe that it is part of this whole ritualistic thing. We hope that we can begin to elect government that will be concerned about the citizens of this country, about the security. We're not saying these things don't happen, but in serious country, when they happen, they are investigated and perpetrators are brought to justice. You know, when you say this thing, they say, oh, even in America, they're killing people there. Even in the other country, they're killing people there. True. They're killing people all over. But the difference is, in those countries, when they kill, they investigate. They arrest those who do the killing, and they send them to court. On the contrary, when it happens, nothing. We got up one morning right here on the SKD Boulevard. They caught that lady, they torture her, cut her tongue off, and kill her. Right around the area we wash our cars. Nothing happened from that thing. No investigation. Absolutely nothing. So, you know, it was so emotional when I saw the late Albert Peter's wife commented here on this program. They are following. Our hearts are off to you. Again, accept our condolences. We'll try to bring our friend Sylvester Lama on the show here. So, you know, it's a good show. Let's keep talking. Our radio stations are out there. We want to tell them thank you. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Pastor Mo. And thank you, Pierre.
Thank you. Thank you, Ali. Pierre. Pierre, you muted. Pierre, you muted.
Yeah, sorry. I not just muted. I was on the line with Melvin Howard, who is a relative of Baten Yeswat. So
okay.
Yeah, we're talking something. He's going to not as guest, but he definitely subsequently going to call in on this program to say where the family is, with all that has happened and what the family take is, with all the revelation being made by Eugene Fagon. So he was the one I was talking to really. But we I don't even know how to start this closing. The land is troubled. Evil has engulfed the entire nation. Evil is associated with darkness. So darkness has befallen the nation. It now requires our people in their totality standing up. Because you see, the thing is, if you don't stand up now and believing that the people who are perpetrating all these evils are your people, There's no guarantee that the evil will not reach your own doorstep subsequently. That is the reason why we should do that. Too much blood, too much killing, too much lives are being lost under a regime of a man who served as peace ambassador during the LM regime, under the regime of a man who was a peace envoy of UNICEF. Hell has broken loose. Lives got no value anymore. In the past, when people were afraid that they could be killed by the power that be, those people had to be those who were opponents of the government. On the current arrangement, there's people working for the very government who've been crushed to death. And yet it is okay with some of us in the name of partisan politics. I feel for our country. I feel basically meaning for the too many little children that are just dying day in, day out. See what Mo just said about 2-year-old child. We should expect more of them to come up. Since we have a toothless police that cannot investigate one single case to a full conclusion, and our people are so primitive and believe that human sacrifice can give them power. We are 9 months from elections. They will kill most of our kids in between now and the elections. We got the medicine people who are wretchedly poor, who can't even feed themselves, are the ones who telling you people they got solution to everything. And they'll be telling you they need blood sacrifice, and you're grabbing people's children. I don't know how your blood sacrifice will make me, for example. Let somebody convince me that if we have, for example, made a blood sacrifice, it will change my mind. I will go to the pool and I will decide not to vote for Bwaka, but vote for Wia. I said that to me, all those fetish things you believe in, you're just taking the people's lives away for nothing, because it is not those things that will get you elected. If the people don't need you as a candidate, they will not vote for you. Stop killing people, babies, in the name of making sacrifice. Stop killing people, babies. If you're a parent, imagine a 2-year-old child. What kind of heart do you have that you can kill a 2-year-old child for ritual, for political power? What is happening to our country? Melvin Sakor, Deputy Police Director for Operation. He just came from the US where you work in law enforcement. All the values you took from here, you're not applying any in Liberia. You just dance into the tune of what you met there. You are now more of a partisan than a law enforcer. Sure, you are a mother. I remember everything the first thing that would come from your mother, go. During Ellington, you try to exploit that EWA hospital land crisis in the name of being a staunch Christian. But here you are, number 2 in a government, and blood is wasting all over the land. You okay with that? It's all about you. No wonder the students met you in full force. You will have a time to tell that story to your children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. Your own political left, like the CDC chair would say, is already on political oxygen. Maybe you don't know. All the pushing George, we are being pushed around by Prince Johnson. One of the talks that are coming out, that if they should have anything called compromise with the CDC, the main CDC will give them the ticket. If Prince Johnson was to just trickle and fall into that, Jeremiah Kune is the next running mate of Joe. We are not you, Joel. Your own position is in danger. So speak out, you're a woman. Too many deaths, you're not saying anything about that. All your thing you're doing are politics. Look at Lima Bowie, who was attacking George Weah. Is she not seeing all the blood being wasted in the country? All the babies that are being killed. What is Lima saying? Or is she only concerned about ticket and somebody's sickness and not life? We will not get tired of flagging these issues. The land can be better. The Mamadi, my friend, used to say, the motherland will never fall. Unlike he who said Liberia is getting better, because that was the truth. I can say the motherland will never fall. Liberia will rise again. Under that visionary leadership of Joseph Newman Boakai. The man who those who oppose him cannot stand but wishing him dead. Our country will rise again. Yes, it will rise again because Boakai will lead by example. It will rise again because the caliber of people Boakai will bring to government will be people who know what they're supposed to do. Not what we have now, just awarding political mujahideen and Talibans with power. Because government is not about that. You cannot put square pegs in round hole and expect it to be okay. The right pegs should be placed in the right hole. And then you expect that the government will do what it is supposed to do, and that is deliver services to the people. Every day we come here, we hear all these terrible news. See how Mrs. Peter just surfaced as we were discussing. A woman was forced to leave the country. We all live in America. We know how tough it is to live here. Normally, it's 2 years of cry. Be struggling, doing everything on her own. Got her kids in Liberia that she got to take care of. Alba was doing everything, of course. And she complimenting as a wife who was also working. You place all these families in what I could call very terrible and hard zone. No justice, and you think it's okay. I end with what I've always said. The justice of God will come. And the Egyptians we see today, tomorrow we'll see them no more. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Pierre. Let me say thanks to everybody. And I think it was a good show. I'd like to close on the third verse of the song written by Edwin Barkley, The Lone Star Forever. A very powerful song. I call it the war song for victory. And this will be the song on our lips on the morning of October 11, after we shall have voted the CDC out of power. And then 4 war songs of Freedom March. Defend the sacred heritage. The nation call from age to age, where it sound beneath heaven's arc. Wherever foes assail, be ready to obey. Against treason and rebellious front, against foul aggression in the brunt of battle lay the hero's way. All hail Lone Star, all hail. And the chorus, which is more of inspiration, say the Lone Star forever, the Lone Star forever. O Lord, may it flow over land, over sea. Uphold it forever. Deserted no never. We'll shout for the Lone Star. By now, all hail. On that note, we'd like to thank you all for joining us today on a wonderful edition of the Clash Reloaded. I have been your host, Stephen Johnson, along with Mohammed Ali, Jerry Limnick, Matthew Pierre, Pastor Wendell Moore, and of course, Michelle Dupont, all the way there in Banga. It's been a great show. Thanks to you all for joining us. Do have yourself a wonderful rest of the evening. God bless you, and have a good night. Bye-bye.
My people, where you at? Where you at? Wake up from your slumber, stop sleeping. Wave your hands, wave your hands, wave your hands, wave your hands. Come on, come on, come on. I know you're sleeping now. You gotta wake up some more, yeah? Okay, let's go. The people who was The people who are so, the people lie to us, the government betray us. They can lie, they can steal, they will not know. I said we tired with their lies, we tired with their promises that led us to a lot of damages. We tired with their speech they preach indeed, and now unique they deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to beat? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you screw us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask. There is no scheme, and everybody's supposed to play, but everybody against one man, and that woman is homeless. A moment, boy. Yes, because he's a super player. I know. Because he's a brilliant player. That's right. All the opposition starting defense, double defense. The triple defense. Hey! But a man walker is not the time on those defenses. He's warming up. Babin is warming up. Check it. Yeah, he's jogging. And the crowd is cheering. Wow, the one I have. But one thing I want to tell you, Babin. The chocolate defense. Babin chocolate defense. The game is on, and everybody's watching the game. The game is very hot, people being entertained. The ball comes to Joseph Wakayama. He on the balance, he prays the ball. Move it. I see 6 opposition attack the Baba. The other is very skillful. He getting gotta put in the key, gotta. I see them confused, don't know where to go. They didn't even see the ball. They hit moving, logging behind, opposition behind. Now Baba moving, and he borrow with 4 defenders, and he beat the defenders. Several defenders, and he beat the defenders. And he kicks, and it's a goal. Hey, Chocolate defense. They put on a defense. Double defense, triple defense. Money for parents and skillful player. Hey, getting out of it. Waka chocolate defense. Getting out of it. Waka chocolate defense. Great people of Liberia, I want to introduce somebody to you. A man of impeccable character. He's a record party na Joseph Waka, that Joseph Waka, that Joseph Waka, the party na Joseph Waka. Let a Judah make Waka, and together we can take Liberia, love Liberia, and we all can build Liberia.
It's Virgie. Everybody, hands up. Shout out in the air. Come on now. 1, 2, 3, let's go.
The papeles coming up. The papeles coming like a tsunami. I see him coming up. Oh, I see him coming up. The papeles coming like a hurricane. I see him coming up. Everybody shouting and screaming. Hey! Let me see you shaking it, shaking it, shaking it, shaking it, shaking it. Hey, yeah. Yeah, we're moving for Boyame. Yeah, we're moving for Boyame. On every part of the country, we're moving for Boyame. Yeah. Oh, baby, we love you, power. Oh, baby, we love you, power. Everybody loves you, power. Hey, you say you can rock it. Hey, you say you can rock it. Look at you, something beautiful, you can rock it. Rock it up, rock it. Shake it up, rock it. Shake it up, rock it. Rock it, 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 rock it. The puppet is coming, everybody shake it. The puppet is coming up. The puppet is coming like a tsunami. I see him coming up. Oh, I see him coming up. The puppet is coming like a hurricane. I see him coming up. Everybody shouting this scream for Joseph Waka.
Achio, achio, hey, hey. Tell you that the papa will fall. What got coming, people? Papa, tell you that the papa will fall. What got coming, people? Papa, we just let's take killing bad governance to stop it. That we for Waka, yo, that we vote for Omen Waka. Achio. Yakao, c'est Belanlas, to the family life. Over change the associate criminals. The Papa Dala, not on the dollar, not on the dollar, the contract in Wahala. Tell you that the Papa will fall. What got coming, people? Tell you that the Papa will fall. What got coming, people? My bad people, my many people, my better people, let them pay out. My Mandingo people, my grand people, my damn people, let them pay out. My crew people, my bunny people, my backup people, let them pay out. My dead people, my Gola people, my Loma people, let them pay out. That's what my own son. My cover people, man of people, let them getting too hard. Never getting my kids people now. But you don't grab Toba. Mama, I see you. Jamen Duke. Oh Ali. When I was telling you, there's a Shanky Yoto, MP Costa. There's a Stevie Johnson, Senator Delon, Mara Yobli Kanga Lawrence, Mada COP. Azo. Adable. My people, where you at? Wake up from your slumber, stop sleeping.
Wave your hands, wave your hands, wave your hands, wave your. Come on, come on, come on. I know you're sleeping now. You gotta wake up small, yeah? Okay, let's go. The people fool us. The people lie to us. The government betray us. They betray us so much. I said they lie. The people fool us so. The people lie to us. The government betray us. They can lie, they can steal.